how a trial ensues before we get to questioning. Those who participate in a trial must do so in accordance with established rules. This applies to the witnesses, the lawyers, the judge, and the jurors. The lawyers present the evidence through the questioning of witnesses, which must be done according to the rules. The judge enforces the rules and determines what evidence may be admitted. At times during a trial, a lawyer may make an objection to a question asked by another lawyer or to an answer given by a witness. This simply means that the lawyer is requesting that I make a decision on a particular rule of law. Do not draw any conclusion from such objections or from my ruling on the objections. These relate only to legal questions that I must determine and should not influence your thinking. As jurors, you will be the sole judges of the facts, the credibility or believability of the witnesses, and the weight to be given to the evidence. Later, the court will furnish the law, which you will apply to the facts. It is your sworn duty to accept the law as it is given to you by the court. Once the jury is selected, the procedure for the trial is as follows. First, the state will outline in an opening statement what they expect their evidence will show. The defense may then, but need not, make an opening statement. These opening statements are not evidence. They are a preview of the claims of each party designed to help you follow the evidence as it is presented to you. The state then offers evidence to support its claim. The defendant may then present evidence but is not required to do so. If the defense does offer evidence, the state may offer rebuttal evidence. The trial concludes with the instructions of law and the arguments of counsel. You would then deliberate on your verdict. A criminal case begins with the filing of an indictment. The indictment informs the defendant he has been charged with an offense. The fact that it was filed may not be considered for any other purpose. The plea of not guilty is a denial of the charge and puts in issue all the essential elements of each offense. The defendant is presumed innocent until his guilt is established beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof is on the state of Ohio to prove the facts necessary for its case beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant must be acquitted unless the state produces evidence which convinces you of his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt of every essential element of the offenses charged in the indictment. Reasonable doubt is present when, after you have carefully considered and compared all the evidence, you cannot say you are firmly convinced of the truth of the charge. Reasonable doubt is a doubt based on reason and common sense. Reasonable doubt is not mere possible doubt because everything relating to human affairs or depending on moral evidence is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is proof of such character that an ordinary person would be willing to rely and act upon it in the most important of his or her own affairs. Evidence is all the testimony received from the witnesses, the exhibits admitted during the trial, facts agreed to by counsel, and any facts which the court requires you to accept as true. Evidence may be direct or circumstantial or both. Direct evidence is a testimony given by a witness who has seen or heard the facts to which he or she testifies. It includes exhibits admitted into evidence during the trial. Circumstantial evidence is the proof of facts or circumstances by direct evidence from which you may reasonably infer other related or connected facts which naturally and logically follow according to the common experience of mankind. Direct evidence and circumstantial evidence are of equal weight. The evidence does not include the indictment or the opening statements or closing arguments of counsel. The opening statements and closing arguments of counsel are designed to assist you. They are not evidence. You are the sole judges of the facts, the credibility of the witnesses, and the weight of the evidence. To weigh the evidence, you must consider the credibility of the witnesses. You may apply the tests of truthfulness which you apply in your daily lives. These tests may include, but are not limited to, the appearance of each witness upon the stand, the reasonableness of the testimony, the opportunity to see, hear, and know the things concerning which they testified, the accuracy of memory, frankness or lack of it, interest and bias, if any, together with all the facts and circumstances surrounding the testimony. Applying these tests, you may assign to the testimony of each witness such weight as you deem proper. You are not required to believe the testimony of any witness simply because they are under oath. You may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the testimony of any witness. It is your province to determine what testimony is worthy of belief and what testimony is not worthy of belief. The testimony of a defendant is to be weighed by the same rules that apply to other witnesses if the defendant takes a stand and testifies. The defendant has the Fifth Amendment right to not testify at this trial. If the defendant chooses not to testify, you shall not consider that decision for any purpose. You should not decide any issue of fact merely on the basis of the number of witnesses who testify on each side of an issue. Rather, the final test in judging evidence will be the force and weight of the evidence, regardless of the number of witnesses on each side of an issue. The testimony of one witness, believed by you, is sufficient to prove any fact. The court instructs you not to converse with the attorneys, parties, or witnesses during the trial. Likewise, the participants in the trial must not converse with you, and in fact, they are ordered not to talk to you until the case has been concluded. If anyone should attempt to discuss the case with you, report that incident to me or to the bailiff immediately. Do not investigate or attempt to obtain additional information about this case outside the courtroom. It is improper for any of you to attempt to do so. You are instructed not to read, view, or listen to any report in any media on the subject of this trial. Do not permit anyone to read or comment upon them to you or in your presence. Such reports may be complete and inaccurate. You may only consider and decide this case upon the evidence that is received at trial. If you acquire any information from an outside source, you must report it. If you realize during the course of the trial that you have personal knowledge of any facts in this case, inform the bailiff as soon as possible. Now, as I said, I'm going to ask you questions first, followed by the state, and then the defense. So the first question is, do any of you know any of the four attorneys in this case? Does anybody know the police officer? Does anybody know Mr. Hennigan? All right. Does anybody know me? Juror number 8. How do you know me?
I went to high school here.
Okay. And at which school?
The Catholic.
All right. And did we ever meet during the course of that time?
I played basketball with her. So.
Okay. Would that influence you in any way if you are selected as a juror in this case?
No.
All right. Okay, juror number 9.
Yes, know some friends of yours through playing bocce, and met you a few times. Hung out with our few circles of friends.
Okay. All right. If you are selected to serve as a juror in this case, would the fact that you know me and we've talked previously, really only at the bocce courts, but would that influence you in any way?
No.
Okay. Anybody else? All right. Do any of the potential jurors know each other? All right, let's start with juror number 1. Who do you know?
Sheila.
Number 36? How do you know juror 36?
Friends from neighbor friends, or not neighbor, friends of friends,
Okay.
but we hung out.
When is the last time you saw juror 36? Roughly.
Last summer or something.
Okay. If you're seated as a juror and are deliberating, and 36 is seated as a juror, and the two of you start talking about the facts that you are going to find in this case, or the facts that you believe were apparent in this case, if you disagreed with her, she said A and you said B, would that affect your relationship with her in the future? Would you be able to listen to her arguments, consider her arguments, and decide the case based on what you think is proper?
Yeah.
Okay. 36, same questions for you. If you're seated as a trial juror and you disagree with number 1 as to how the facts came out, would that affect your relationship with her at all?
No.
All right. Would you be able to listen to her arguments, consider her arguments in the deliberations?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, who else do we have in the front row? Number 6, who do you know?
19.
And how do you know 19?
We work at the same business.
Okay. How often do you see number 19?
3 times a week.
Do you talk with 19? Where's 19? Okay. Do you talk with him?
Not really.
All right. Is it just kind of you see him in passing?
Yes, or if I have to do something.
Is your position, are you in some supervisory position to number 19?
No, but I used to do his job and
Okay. So is it the nature of the relationship that he may ask you a question about that, about a particular function of his job?
yes.
Okay. All right, so you're going to get the same questions as 1 and 36. If you're seated with 19 and are deliberating on this case, if you're coming out one way on it and he's the other, would that affect your relationship at work?
No.
All right. Would you be able to listen to his arguments and consider his arguments?
Yes.
Okay, 19, same questions with you. Is it accurate you see number 6 about 3 times a week or so, roughly?
Yes.
Who's better at your job? Is it you or is it him?
I like to think I am.
Okay, all right. If you're seated as a juror with number 6 and you guys say, that's not how it happened, this is how it happened, if the two of you disagree, will you listen to his arguments?
Yes.
Will you automatically side with him because you're doing his former job?
No.
All right, can you be fair to both sides?
Yes.
Okay. Anybody else over here? Anybody in the back? Okay. You were given a very brief description of the case through the indictment. Does that strike a chord with anybody? Any familiarity with the case? All right. Now, anybody in the past serve on a jury before, and by that I mean got picked for jury service? Okay, juror number 11. When did you serve roughly? And where was that? And was that a criminal case or a civil case? Did you deliberate on a verdict, right? Did that jury reach a verdict?
Yes.
All right. Do you remember any of the jury instructions the judge gave you at the end of the trial? I would hope not. If by some chance you're picked to serve on this jury, and I give you the jury instructions, and then that triggers something from 20 years ago, and you think, well, that isn't what the guy in Tuscarawas County told me. That can't be right. Will you listen to my instructions and apply my instructions, even if you thought something different from your prior service?
Yes.
Is there any reason that you believe your prior service would prevent you from being fair and impartial in this case? Okay. Who else over here had their hand up? Let's go back to number 10. When did you serve?
15 years ago in Canada.
All right. And what kind of case was it? Okay. Anything about that case that would prevent you from being fair in this case? All right. Will you set aside what you know about jury service from that case and apply only the facts that you find to the law that I give you in this case? Okay. And number 13, go ahead.
13 years ago, here in Lake County.
Okay. What kind of case was it?
I was civil, and I was an alternate.
All right. So in that case, the civil case, I gave you an instruction earlier about the state's obligation to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. You heard that instruction?
Yes.
All right. In your civil case, the burden was by a preponderance of the evidence. You recall that?
Yes.
All right. So this is a little higher burden than the civil case. Will you listen to my instructions and apply the instructions to the facts that you find in this case?
Yes.
All right. Would you have any difficulty doing that since that case was a civil case?
No.
All right. Anybody else in this jury box here? Okay. Number 15, go ahead.
25 years ago, here in the county,
Do you remember what kind of case it was?
it was civil.
Okay, so same questions as juror number 13. You were given a different burden of proof. Will you disregard that burden of proof and apply the burden of proof that I give you in this case?
Yes.
Any difficulty serving?
No.
All right. Who was the judge in that case?
Thank you.
Okay. It's okay. We're a forgetful bunch once you leave. so.
25 years.
I know. Do you remember who your judge was, 13? Okay, see? All right, and number 19, go ahead.
Maybe like 10 or so years ago in Cuyahoga County, we were called for I think it was going to be a divorce case, but they settled right as the jury got picked.
Okay. All right, anybody else back here? Your number, please, 26, go ahead.
About 5 years ago in Cuyahoga County for a criminal case, there was an alternate juror, and the proceedings never finished. It was back for a mistrial.
Okay. All right. Anything about your service in that case that would prevent you from being a fair and impartial juror in this case?
Yes.
Okay. Who else back there? 35, go ahead.
Yeah, it was about 8 or 9 years ago, downtown Cleveland, Cuyahoga County. It was aided and abetting. I think that's a criminal case.
All right, did that jury reach a verdict?
Yes.
All right, anything about that experience that would prevent you from being fair in this case?
No,
All right, will you guarantee me that you'll listen to these facts and apply the law I give you no matter what you think about it or what you heard in the last case?
yes.
Okay. 36, go ahead.
I was a juror 26 years ago, Cuyahoga.
26?
26.
Okay.
Civil.
Did that jury reach a verdict?
Yeah.
Okay. Anything about that experience that would prevent you from serving fairly in this case? Okay. All right, who else back there? Number 21, go ahead.
Yeah, I did a case down in federal court. I guess it would have been over intellectual properties about brake pads, and about disc brakes of all things on trucks.
That had to be a thrill a minute.
All it was about 2.5 weeks worth of experts and showing different brake assemblies and, intellectual property, how that goes. And that was with Judge Nugent.
Okay. At least he was entertaining, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
Okay.
He's, yeah,
All right.
good judge.
All right. Anything about that experience that would prevent you from being fair in this case?
No,
Okay.
it
And,
doesn't make any difference at all.
okay. 22, go ahead.
I served at least 25 years ago in Cuyahoga County, and I believe it was a civil trial, and that was settled out of court.
Did the trial actually start?
I don't believe it did, no.
Okay. All right. Anybody else? 23, go ahead.
Yeah, it was a criminal case here in Lake County,
How long ago?
like 2 years ago.
And which judge was it?
I don't
You don't remember?
I don't think you know.
Okay. Was it that guy up there by any chance? No? Okay. All right. Did you deliberate in that case?
Yeah.
Did the jury reach a verdict?
Yeah.
All right. Anything about that experience that would prevent you from being fair in this case? Okay. All right. Who else back there? That's it? So we had 11 people that have served on juries before. The last trial I had in here, of the 36, there were none. So the luck of the draw for you guys. All right, anybody on the panel have any legal training of any sort? Does anybody have any, and I'm going to kind of throw these all together, any ethical, moral, religious, philosophical views that would prevent them from being, that they believe would prevent them from being a juror in this case? Your number, sir?
30.
And tell me about your situation.
It's not really a situation, I just don't feel that I can pass judgment on somebody.
Okay. All right, is one of the instructions I read you, or guidance that you were given, is jurors are the judges of the facts, and they evaluate witnesses, they evaluate evidence, okay? So you're not, your role as a juror, you're not judging a person, you're judging a fact, and you're finding facts, and that's the extent of it. You're not here to decide whether Mr. Hennigan is a good person, bad person, or indifferent person. You're here to judge the facts that you hear from the witness stand and the evidence. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Anybody else? All right. It's been, in speaking with the attorneys before coming in here, they believe that this case will be finished by tomorrow. So you're looking at 2 days of jury service. I understand that everybody has employment obligations, everybody has family obligations, but beyond those things, is there anything that would prevent somebody from being here for the next 2 days to sit on this jury if chosen? Your number, please. 27, go ahead.
I have severe migraines that may, I believe, disqualify me as a server on the jury.
Okay. And when's the last time you had one of those?
It was yesterday.
Okay. Is there anything in particular that triggers that you've seen?
Severe echo, extreme heat.
Okay.
However, I do find this environment quite calming.
Calming?
Calming,
Oh,
yes.
okay. Well, that's probably a first. So, okay. All right, thank you. Anybody else? Does anybody have any physical problems that would prevent them from sitting for periods of time? And just so you know, once from here going forward, I take a break somewhere between an hour and a half and an hour 45. No matter what we're doing, we're taking a break. So is there anybody that has difficulty sitting for that block of time? Number 6.
My medication, I take a water pill.
Okay.
Just
All right. Anybody else? Okay. Has anybody formed any opinions since we've been in here since 8:45? Anybody form any opinions as to how this case should come out? Okay. Now, as I said, it is your duty to decide from the facts that are presented and the instructions you're given whether or not the defendant is guilty or not guilty of these crimes that are charged in the indictment. If he is found guilty, it becomes my duty to determine what sentence is imposed. And I make that decision with the benefit of a further investigation, which gives me a lot more information than is relevant at the trial. Information that you will not have because they don't pertain to the facts in this case. Does anyone think they cannot perform the duty of determining whether he is guilty or not guilty without concerning themselves of what I might do afterward if he is found guilty? All right, in a moment I'm going to turn this over to Ms. Zuri on behalf of the state of Ohio followed by Mr. Kilmeyer for the defense. And I want to just remind you that what they say or what they do in voir dire is not evidence. Evidence is all the testimony received from the witnesses, the exhibits admitted during trial, facts agreed to by counsel, and any facts that I require you to accept as true. Since it's your duty to decide this case based solely on the evidence in court, as I later define it for you, you must not consider as evidence any statement or act of any attorney made during the trial, including in voir dire. Mrs. Zuri?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Okay, so as stated earlier, Ms. Bell, Officer Osher, and I, we represent the state of Ohio. And this is the only time that we and defense attorneys are able to talk with you as opposed to talking at you. So we both sides do appreciate you being open and honest because every case is different. And it is possible that you, because of your life experiences and the beliefs that you hold, we're human. We all have beliefs. We all have inherent biases to some degree. So we ask that you please just be honest because this might not be the case for you based on your personal beliefs and experiences. Can everyone agree to be open and honest with us today? Okay, thank you. All right, so we talked about if you knew any of the attorneys, but does anyone here know anyone from the Lake County Prosecutor's Office? Mr. Chuck Colson, number 9.
Magistrate Christopher Tucci.
Okay, so he works over at the Juvenile Justice Center. Okay, so he's not with our office, but he is part of the legal system. So what's the extent of your relationship with Mr. Tucci?
Very good friends.
Okay. Do you talk with him about his work at all?
Not too much.
Okay.
No.
All right, so let me just, based on your close relationship with Magistrate Tucci, are you able to still be fair and impartial in this case?
Yeah.
Okay, so you won't consider that relationship at all. You'll listen to the facts, the witnesses, and judge this case just on what's before you today and tomorrow.
Yes.
Is that fair? Okay. Anyone know Mr. Colson? No? Okay, so no one from the prosecutor's office.
I'm
Number
sorry,
9.
retired Judge Joe Gibson, I'm also friends with. I know he's retired, but he still does a little bit of work.
Okay, so same question as to Judge Gibson. Are you able to be fair and impartial in this case?
Yes.
Despite that relationship?
Yes.
Okay. Anyone from the Public Defender's Office? Anyone else from the Fairport Harbor Police Department? And does anyone have any close relationships with attorneys? None? Really? Okay, number 11.
My father's a retired attorney, he's 80.
Okay, what type of law did he practice, do you know?
Just civil, he was law director of Euclid.
Okay.
at 80.
Okay. So not criminal law?
No.
Okay. Is there anything based on stories you might have heard when you practiced that might affect your ability to be fair and impartial today? No? No one else? Okay, so is there anyone in here who has had an interaction with police officers? Maybe a ticket or something more serious? Okay, all right. We all have interactions with police officers, but is there anyone here that might have strong feelings, whether they be positive or negative, based on your experiences or anything else Anyone with any particularly strong feelings? Okay, so what number are you? 35?
Just wanted to thank our police officers for their service.
Okay, so thank you for that. Now, so is it safe to say you have a positive view of police officers? Okay. Can you, if you get seated on this jury, view Officer Ochsner's testimony without any bias? Just view him as any other witness. If you were to be seated on this jury, would you be able to listen to Officer Ochsner and judge his credibility the same way you would any other witness?
Yes.
Okay. Anyone else? Number 12.
Strong positive feelings, I would say. My brother is a police officer and my nephew is a canine officer.
Okay. Where are they officers?
My brother in Eastlake, Ohio, and my nephew in Kettering, Ohio.
Okay. So we do have a Lake County officer. Okay. Now, have you spoken with them at all about their job and what they do?
I mean, I know what he does, and
Right.
we talk, yes.
Okay. So, and I assume that maybe based on these relationships, have you met any of his friends that are officers?
I mean, probably in passing, but not friends.
Okay. Based on the fact that you have family members that are police officers and you have a positive view of police officers, same question. Can you judge Officer Ochsner's testimony and any other police officers you might hear without any bias? And would you judge them as you would any other witness in this case?
Yeah.
Okay. Did I see another hand? Number 6?
My brother was a police officer, retired.
Was he local?
Beechwood.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
And my sister worked for FBI and then for the courts in Cuyahoga.
All right. Same question for you. Can you be fair and impartial? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Just want to make sure she gets it down. Number 1?
I guess the same, my cousin's, very, very close to his police officer.
Okay.
So, and I can be, I'm very positive with the police officers and stuff, but I will be biased, or I won't be biased.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right. Okay. Fair and impartial?
Yes.
Okay. And did I see other hands? Number 22?
I know Gail Photo, he's a member of the Lake County Sheriff's Office.
Yes. Okay. And are you close with him?
Now I'm running for vacation.
Okay, so,
I don't speak to him on a regular basis.
all right. Can you be fair and impartial? Anyone else? Does no extreme negative feelings towards police officers? So I'm going to just list some names that you might hear in this trial. If I could ask defense, if I don't add one, let me know. Officer Jesse Kudnick from Madison Village Police Department. If you know any of these people, please make note of it. Officer Dallas McLeod from the Painesville Police Department. Paramedic Robert Lloyd. Candy Kistner. Melissa Furman. Paramedic Joshua Moultrie. Paramedic Sean Roadheaver. Amanda Marlowe. Paramedic Jeffrey Smith. And Kevin Rastel of the Willoughby Police Department. Anyone know any of those names? Should I add it? Any to add? No. Okay. Has anyone ever been a party in a civil case? Whether it be in a municipal court or in felony court? Number 27?
I'm not sure if this qualifies, but I've just won my social security disability case,
Okay.
through Balaam Law, thankfully.
Through what?
Balaam Law LLC out on Island Lake.
All right. Did you have any, did you go to court for that?
We did, yes, I did end up at the hearing level, with
So based on your experience in that case, do you have any strong views one way or another of the justice system?
No, I'm still impartial even after experiencing it.
Okay.
A few years back.
All right. Thank you. Anyone else? Now, this might be one of those questions that is a little intrusive, but has anyone, do you have any friends or family that you're close to that have been convicted of a crime? And you've been, heard from them. Number, very back row.
28.
28, can you tell us a little about that?
My boyfriend is a felon.
Okay. And have you been at all involved in any of his cases in court?
No.
Do you have, based on what
There's
you've...
an active case going on.
He does. Okay.
Yes.
So I'm not going to ask you the details of it, but based on what you have observed, do you have any particularly strong feelings towards the justice system, or one side or another?
Potentially.
Okay. Could you share those with us?
Not really. I mean, honestly, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know that I could be impartial.
All right. And why is that?
It's too personal.
Is this something you'd rather talk to the judge and us in private about?
Probably.
Okay. All right. You want to do that now?
No, we'll do that at the end.
Okay. Anyone else? Number 20.
My uncle was arrested for drunk driving.
Okay. And were you involved? Did you go to any hearings with him? Based on that, do you think having strong feelings against? Okay. Like, are we already have an uphill battle with you on this one side or another?
No.
No. Okay. Anyone else? No, I saw more hands. Number 4.
My brother, he was convicted of a
Mm-hmm.
and had
Okay. And what's your experience with that case? Okay. All right. So you never went into the courthouse. Okay. Based upon what you heard from him or what you observed, do you have any strong feelings? Okay. Anyone sitting here feel that they would naturally side more with one table or the other without hearing any evidence? No? Okay, so Judge O'Donnell told you about the charges that we're dealing with here, those being abduction, domestic violence, failure to comply with order or signal of a police officer, and obstructing official business. Hearing the charges, say, of abduction and domestic violence, is there anyone here who feels like maybe they can't sit in this case? Number?
28.
Okay, we'll talk about that a little bit. Anyone else? How about the charges of failure to comply with order or signal of a police officer or obstructing official business? Failure to comply is also sometimes called flee and elude. Anyone have any feelings about those charges? Anyone that has any specific feelings about police chases or people fleeing the police? Any strong feelings? Okay, you're going to see video of a chase. Anyone here think that they might hold it against Officer Oshner for following the vehicle? No? Now, each of the crimes that the defendant is charged with is made up of elements. And it is the state's job to prove the elements beyond a reasonable doubt. So if you make a cake, you need multiple items to make that cake. Ingredients. You need eggs, you need oil, you need flour, whatever. But if you don't put the flour in the cake, you don't have a cake, right? Okay? Those are the elements to the charges. If we don't prove one of those elements, the defendant cannot be found guilty. Okay? Does anyone have any questions about that? Any confusions about that? Number 32.
So is that like proving all 4 charges in tandem, or one of each charge?
One at a time. You look at each charge on its own and consider the elements of each charge. Okay? Everyone understand that? Okay. Now, can everyone also understand that the state only needs to prove the elements? Okay. The state does not need to prove motive or other collateral matters that you might be curious about. Okay? The state doesn't need to prove those. The state only needs to prove the elements. Now, does anyone here, could you maybe find yourself, if we did prove the elements, thinking, but they didn't really prove why? Does anyone here, would that maybe keep you from finding the defendant guilty? So can everyone here agree not to hold the state to a higher burden and not make us prove more than we have to? Can everyone agree to that? Now, the judge read you the instruction for beyond a reasonable doubt. And everyone here, I'm sure at one time or another, has watched Law and Order or seen a movie or a show where they mention beyond a reasonable doubt. So, does anyone have any preconceived notions of what beyond a reasonable doubt means? Does anyone think it means beyond all doubt? No? Okay. Now, it is not beyond a shadow of a doubt. Beyond a reasonable doubt is the level of confidence that you would have in making a very important decision in your life. Because this is a very important decision. Okay? The level of confidence that you have when you buy a house, or choose to get married, or choose to have children. Okay? You can never make those decisions beyond all doubt. No one has a crystal ball. Can you hold the state to that same level of beyond a reasonable doubt? Okay? Is there anyone here that still feels like we would need to prove more than that? Now, the charge of abduction. Is there anyone here that when they heard that charge, they thought a child was kidnapped? Anyone here that maybe that crossed their mind? Okay, number 6. Anyone else that has like a preconceived notion of what abduction is? Number 1.
Yeah, it's pretty scary.
Okay. All right. So a lot of people will hear abduction and think of a child being taken by someone in a white van or some other vehicle that doesn't really have any distinguishable characteristics. But you can actually be abducted from someone you know. You will hear the elements of abduction. And we ask that everyone remove any preconceived notions you might have of what that word might mean and follow the law. Is there anyone that doesn't think that they can do that? Has anyone here had a family member or a close friend that was the victim of a crime? Theft, sexual assault, anything? Number 1, or number 7, I'm sorry. 8.
Actually had a friend that was abducted by her ex.
I'm not going to ask you to go into the details of that, but were you privy to the details of that incident?
Like, do I know?
Did she tell you what happened?
Yes.
Okay. Were you present for any trial or anything like that? No. Okay. Based on what you know from that experience, do you understand that whatever happened here and the evidence that you would hear here in this courtroom on this case is completely separate?
Yes.
Okay. The defendant is not the boyfriend, right? Okay. And your friend is not the victim that you're going to hear from here, right? Based on the experience with your friend, do you think you would be biased one way or another, or do you think you would be able to be fair and impartial in this case?
I could be fair and impartial.
Okay. I saw some other hands. Number 3?
My niece is in the court system.
Okay.
Just wanted to throw that out
Okay.
there.
No. Yes, I appreciate it. And when you say she's in the court system, is she in the court system as a victim, as being victimized, or did she?
Both sides.
Okay. All right.
She's a juvenile.
Okay. Based on what you know, do you have any preconceived notions or have any biases toward one side or another? Do you have any thoughts about the criminal justice system as a whole?
I don't.
Okay. So you'll be able to be fair and impartial in this case? Okay. Did I see someone else over here? No? All right. Number 15?
My sister is currently she's in a theft lawsuit against a contractor that took her money in North Carolina.
Okay. So is it a criminal case then? Or a civil case?
I think it's civil. Yeah.
All right. Based on what you know from that, do you think there's anything from that situation that might cause you not to be fair and impartial here?
No.
Okay. Anyone else in the back? Let's go. 19?
My wife has been the victim of sexual assault and domestic violence.
And particularly the domestic violence situations that she's been involved in. Are you privy to the facts of those?
She told me about them.
Yeah. Okay. Do you think that knowing what you know from her situation, you would be able to separate that
Yes.
and listen to the facts here
Yes.
and judge only on the facts here?
Yes.
22?
My father had a business here in Lake County years ago who was victimized by it. It was an armed robbery that occurred in that business.
Okay. And did that go to court? Did they catch the person that did it?
They tracked him
Through his?
through the snow.
Through the snow. Got it. And was there a trial? Were you involved at all in the?
No, we weren't involved at all.
All right.
No. I just know they apprehended him.
Any thoughts about that situation that might affect what you're going to hear, what you might hear here today? No. 27?
I have a friend who is allegedly facing current drug trafficking charges and gun trafficking charges.
Okay. Here in Lake County?
Yes.
Okay. And are you involved at all in that case?
No, I had just mentioned that I'd be possibly going to law school.
Okay.
And then he decides to blurt out, "Oh, I have these charges," and I did not. I refused to ask anything about it. I'm not privy to it.
Okay. Just the mere fact that you are friends with an individual that has a pending charge, does that affect your opinion in this case at all?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Anyone else? We'll talk to you later. What number are you again?
28.
28. Did we get everybody? we talked about domestic violence, but anyone else that might have a friend or close family member involved in domestic violence? Okay. Anyone here today that might have been involved in a domestic violence situation, whether you're the victim, whether you're the assailant, whether you were a witness? Anyone here have any experience with that? And again, we can talk about that in private if need be. Number 27.
I'm not positive about if this would qualify. However, I have a ex-boyfriend that had accidentally swiped me across the head, and I do have a shunt put in, so that could have ended very badly. However, I did not feel the need to press charges, because I believe it was an accident. However, I just thought it would be worth.
Okay, we appreciate that. Thank you very much. Anyone else? Does anyone have any specific feelings about domestic violence that you think maybe one side or another should be aware of? Anyone feel like if it's domestic, it shouldn't be here? All right, so the charges here began in Ashtabula County, in Harpersfield, in Ashtabula County, and came to Fairport, and then back to Ashtabula County. Is anyone at all familiar with Harpersfield? Familiar as in, like, you know, you go there frequently. Okay. Number 26?
Yeah, our family belongs to a club out there.
Okay.
So that's the rule.
All right.
So we go out there a lot.
Okay. So are you familiar with the roads out there?
A little bit.
Okay. When you hear, if you are put on this jury, if you were to hear about maybe some roads out there, stop signs, you know, just intersections, is it possible you might be familiar with them? Okay, all right. How about the area of High and 6th Street in Fairport Harbor? Anyone live out that way or venture out to Fairport frequently? Number 3?
I do estimates for my job, and I'm in Fairport frequently.
Okay.
Nothing specific, I do know that for job.
Okay, so no one lives in that specific area? No. Number 9?
I was just going to go back to the Harpersfield
Yes.
question, because I had raised my hand.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. I'm very familiar with Harpersfield. I own property out there, and I'm also a member, I believe, of the same club that Sherry member is as well. I've got some friends out there. I'm out there quite often.
Okay, all right. All right, thank you very much. And so no one particularly familiar with Fairport Harbor? No. Okay. Now, the judge is going to instruct you, and he touched on this a little before, but it's your job to judge the credibility of the witnesses. It's not the judge's job, it's your job. Does anyone here don't think that they can judge the credibility? Is anyone going to have an issue determining, using your own common sense and your own prior experiences, determining whether someone is credible or not? Does everyone here think they can do that? And Judge O'Donnell also explained to you the difference between direct and circumstantial evidence. So direct evidence is testimony of a witness who has seen something or who has heard something, and they tell you what happened. exhibits such as photographs or videos, that's all direct evidence. An example would be if you're outside at night, you see snow falling, you know that it's snow. That's direct evidence that you saw snow falling, okay? Circumstantial is proving a fact by direct evidence, okay? For example, you're outside at night and the ground is dry. You wake up in the morning, there is snow on the ground. That's circumstantial evidence that it had snowed the night before because you live in Cleveland and you know what snow is, okay? Anyone have any questions about those two examples? Does everyone understand the difference between the two? Does anyone feel that circumstantial evidence is not sufficient to prove elements? Anyone feel that it's less trustworthy? Because remember, you're determining something based on direct evidence, putting the pieces together. Anyone have any issue with that? Now, for those of you that do have experience with domestic violence cases, it's very common for there not to be other witnesses to acts of domestic violence. It's very common for those situations to occur behind closed doors. Okay? Now, is there anyone here that might have difficulty maybe basing a finding of guilt on circumstantial evidence for domestic violence? Just knowing what you know now. Anyone? Would anyone have any difficulty, or I guess, would anyone have any difficulty looking to evidence that's presented to you prior to a situation and after a situation to help determine maybe what happened during that situation? Am I making sense? Can we all agree that maybe behaviors of a person before and after an incident might help you determine what happened during the incident? Anyone disagree with that? And just finally, the judge talked to you about what your role is, okay? After the trial, any sentencing, that is the role of the judge, okay? Your role is to determine what happened. Is there anyone here that might, even just a little bit, think about what might happen after the fact? And that might affect your determination of guilt. Anyone? And is there anyone here that feels that they cannot, under any circumstances, determine whether someone was guilty or not? Number 30? Okay. So is it safe to say that regardless of what evidence is presented to you, you could not determine whether the defendant is guilty or not? Can you speak up? Sorry, I want to make sure. No? Anyone else? No further questions.
Right. Juror number 30, if you were, let's say you were released and not part of this jury after we were done selecting, and you walked out the front door you're walking down the sidewalk and you see two people walking in opposite directions. Let's say you walk down the steps, you hadn't got to the sidewalk yet. You saw one person walking this way, one walking this way. This individual takes out a gun, points it at this one, shoots him and kills him.
Saw it with my own eyes?
Right.
Yes.
Okay. Would you be able to be a witness to come in to testify as to what you saw?
If I personally saw it, yes.
Right. Okay. So if you're seated as a juror and it was that factual scenario, okay, you're seated as a juror where somebody was walking down the courthouse steps, saw somebody shoot somebody else, and they said, that witness said, I saw A shoot B. Would you be able to evaluate that person's credibility, that witness's credibility?
That's my point. If I saw it, yes. Me,
Well, you can't be everywhere, right? I mean, if you were a jury in that factual scenario and one of the cameras in front of the courthouse caught that scene on film, would you be able to be a witness? Would you be able to be a juror in that case?
being that I saw it, yes.
Okay. So your issue is whether you directly see, your issue not so much as judging facts, but judging something and having to have seen it yourself. Is that true? Okay. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take about a 15-minute break. When you go out in the hallway, you can talk to each other all you want. Even those folks can talk to each other. You can talk about anything you want. You guys can talk about work if you want, okay? But the one thing you cannot talk about is everything we just talked about in here, okay? So when we come back, then the defense will have a chance to question you, okay? So we'll see you in about 15.
We just don't know which way to go.
All right, see you in a bit.
Thank you, Judge.
You gonna go to the bathroom?
Yeah, I'm going upstairs.
Sorry.
To avoid them.
Sure. That'd be great. He's number one. Yeah, thank you. Any questions?
If you want to talk just us outside the courtroom, I can ask for a different place for us to go. We'll just have him, Bill's gonna be the same way. Like, and then I'll pick a jury, right into testimony. Okay?
So,
Yeah. Yes, thank you. Thank you.
I guess you guys have no questions to ask. What questions are you gonna ask me?
So she says at the beginning, because we don't want to get anything, and I could tell things like that. We don't want to yeah. This is food, so we're all fine. Focus, right? Then we heard of people who have no issues.
Are they
Mm-hmm.
able to help the prosecutor?
Once you get you can you testify. Yeah, it comes up through testimony. 2 years since the state tested. Not a conviction. She did do the disorderly conduct. cross her on her, right? Because the grants are being allowed because you are more or less the same technique. Nothing. They can charge based on the evidence that they hear. She testified to it and she wants arrested. Normally we don't know that because these are secret proceedings.
Yeah.
Because my bank, there's no key to make it down. That's where she went down. Bank here at home. They credited the money back and have her. And they asked me, do I want these charges? And I said yes. And I really go through it's through their fraud.
So unfortunate. It sucks that that happened. It sucks that she did that. But we can't ask about that unless she was convicted of a crime. But she was not convicted of a theft offense. It may be pending, it may still be charged, but as of today's date, April 17th, 2023, they have been convicted of a crime. Okay.
Corey, did you have to use the restroom? You good or?
No, I'm all right.
Thank you.
So the rules are kind of tough. We're allowed to ask them. Being convicted?
Yeah.
Depends on her story. If it depends what she says today, or it depends if the jury believes her that she did or didn't want to be in the car. We're going to have to investigate out. The abduction, maybe not, but I believe her. Yeah. 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 So, all your sister knows is that Mandy's story. Yeah. What she told the police and why she was right. Couldn't be right. Your sister wasn't in her car. That's the hard part. Your sister can't say Mandy asked to get out or something. That's the abduction. You said no, and she was harmed, that you couldn't expect her to ask about her while she was in the car. That's all about her. That's not just
No, I already drank half of mine. Text me. Yeah, because it was a guy fixing it Thursday. I got my mechanic on Friday. Well, I'm off Friday, I'm picking it up, I'll just come over to work. So that's fine. I pay my dues. But Saturday, I was over at my buddy's house. I went to everybody hated it because it was too strong. They're all whining. Got red and all. Oh, really? Oh, yeah. Oh,
Too big.
big leader bottle. Ketchup. I got 2 bottles. Well, that might not be great. Well, now that's, none of my friends like me.
You were hitting sauce.
What makes you think he needs whiskey to actually work?
Yeah, no, actually better.
I see you. Okay.
All right.
All right, for the jury.
I have no idea what happened to my number. I don't know if it broke off at some point. Yeah, I want to be the calendar. I'm so sorry about that.
Don't worry, no problem.
Thank you for serving.
You tell the guy I'm sorry, it was under my coat.
You're funny.
Forgot I took it off and put it back.
These general about jury duty questions, I'm going to specify to people who actually served, especially who deliberated the case. Like these people who sat before, these people served, so we're going to ask them just general questions. Not a lot of super specific stuff.
Seated, please. Mr. Kilmeyer.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, everybody. Again, my name is Billy Kilmeyer, and I am representing Mr. Hennigan here in court today. I am going to have some individual questions to ask, but also we're going to go over some very generalized things here at the beginning. So I'm going to try to get that out of the way so we can get to the fun stuff. So first, if you can't hear me, please let me know. I've heard from people that I tend to drop off at the end of my sentences. So if I do, please tell me because I want you to be able to hear everything I say. So this process is to get to know each and every one of you better than we did when we walked in. Because all of you, to me, are strangers. But through this process, I'm going to get to know little bits of information, and it's going to help everybody make much more informed decisions going forward. So the prosecutor discussed at the beginning of her questioning of all of you about the process of giving truthful answers to all of our questions, and that there are no wrong answers. The only wrong answer that exists in this room is one that is not truthful. And that's why being honest... See, now I'm going to pick on him. He's late to class. Being honest is the one thing that I ask of everybody. So can everybody promise me that every question I ask, even if it makes you a little bit uncomfortable, we're very cognizant of that you'll be able to be honest with me during this whole process? See a lot of nods. Perfect. If you're selected to be on the jury, there's going to be a time that you're going to have to deliberate. You're going to go back into the room with the other jurors and you're going to discuss the case. You're going to discuss what you saw. Does anybody think they would have an issue if they went into that room and 11 people disagreed with their opinion about the case? Would anybody have an issue speaking up for what they believed about the case? I see some shakes of heads. Good. Good. And would you be able to elaborate on any points that you might have and also be open to the points that other people might have? Because it works both ways. You may not be part of that one. You may be part of the 11. If you're part of the 11, would you be able to listen to what the one person has to say and take it into consideration? Good. So I saw somebody walk in with a pirate's hat on. Will you please raise your hand? What number are you, sir? I'm sorry. 30. I noticed the pirate's hat, not because you walked in late, but because I am a huge Pirates fan. So, do you think they're going to sign Brian Reynolds to an extension?
They better.
Amen. So if you were selected and you went back into the jury deliberations, let's say you were deliberating over which team was better, the Pirates or the Cardinals, and there were 11 Cardinals fans in the room, you would be able to stand up to your opinion and wear that hat with pride?
As horrible as a team that they've been for so many years, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
I would still defend, yes.
Because now, as everybody sits, would anybody have an issue if you were to deliberate right now? If you went back into the room and you had to take a vote, would everybody's answer be not guilty? Would anybody have an issue with that? I see a little bit of a shrug, juror number 7.
I guess it would be hard to decide before hearing anything about it.
I would venture to say it would not only be hard, it would be impossible. Does anybody know why? Yes, juror number 15.
Innocent until proven guilty.
Exactly. Thank you very much. So the prosecution has the burden in this case. And in order to fulfill the burden that they have to put on evidence, present witnesses, show you photos, show you videos, without having seen a single piece of that evidence and only knowing the charges. You cannot come to a finding of guilty. Does anybody have an issue with that? Because as Mr. Hennigan sits right now, he is cloaked in the presumption of innocence. Meaning as he sits, he is an innocent man, and it's the state that has to undo that. Does anybody have any issues with that? Does anybody feel that it's perhaps unfair that the state is held to that burden? No. That was kind of a very vehement no, juror number 12. Do you mind elaborating on that?
It's their burden. I mean, it's not fair or unfair, it's their burden.
Do you think that the burden should be on Corey to prove that he's not guilty of these charges? Would you have any issues if he didn't testify during this trial?
No.
What about anybody else? Who wants to hear from Corey? Who wants to hear his side? Okay. Juror number 18, I saw you raise your hand. Would you be able to put aside your desire to hear from Corey during this case, and if you were selected to be on the jury, not take it into account if he did not testify?
Yes.
Okay. Because the judge brought up to everybody in his opening questions that he has a constitutional right against self-incrimination. And that's held very near and dear during these processes, and that's why he is not required to do that. So again, nobody would have any issue if you didn't hear a peep from Corey throughout this trial. So we're going to take it back just a second. By a show of hands, who is excited to come into court today? Well, you're so responsive, I can tell. You were champing at the bit to come in and serve on this jury today. I don't know if you could tell, I was extremely excited. It's an exciting venture. So I know I've called on you already. I'm going to move on. Who else raised their hand? One more time. Juror number 15, please. What were you excited about to come and serve on this jury?
The one time I sat on a jury, it was just interesting, and that's why I'm a U.S. citizen, and that's my privilege.
And that was a civil trial, right?
Right.
Is there anything that is perhaps nerve-inducing about this being a criminal trial instead of a civil trial?
No.
Do you think it'll be more or less interesting than the last trial you were involved in?
The other one was silly, but no, I mean, yeah, it'll probably be interesting.
So something we did get the opportunity to speak about, well, not us, but you all had the opportunity to speak about already, was sitting in judgment of a fellow citizen, because that's part of this civic duty. You said you're a citizen, very excited to be a part of this process. We all registered to vote. That's why we're here. But the downturn of that, to a certain degree, is that that's the function of why you're here. But Judge O'Donnell asked questions of all of you to discuss that you're not so much sitting in judgment of Corey so much as you are sitting in judgment of the state's evidence against him. Does that distinction make sense? Because again, Corey's here because the state has charged him with offenses. So nobody has any issues, again, holding the state to their burden and sit in judgment of the evidence that they are going to present to all of you. Sitting in judgment is a difficult thing, and there are certain qualities that you might want in a juror. And while different people might disagree about which qualities they might want, what are some qualities that you would want if you were either the state or Corey in this situation? I'm sorry. Okay. Number 9, please.
Somebody who is fair.
Okay. Fair, that's a very good one. Juror number 12.
Someone's going to pay attention, listen to what's being said.
It's very important, especially being awake. Can everybody stay awake? We'll do our best to keep everybody awake. You'd be surprised at how difficult that can be. Okay, so we've heard about fairness, attentiveness. Does everybody here in the room feel that those are qualities they possess? Juror number 9, I have to assume that you're fair as you listed that quality. Juror number 12, I have to assume you're attentive. You certainly have been to this point. Anybody else? Any other qualities? Yes, please.
I have 7. I would, related to the case, I would say I would prefer that the evidence be presented in order.
Do you mind elaborating what you mean by that?
Exhibits A through Z, 1 through 10, however the evidence is presented, photos, videos, writing.
Okay.
If it's provided in order, then I would be able to make a judgment.
Okay. Thank you very much for saying
Of course.
that. And thank you too, just juror number 27. You've been very responsive, so I want to thank you going forward as well. I want to make sure we touch on this again. I believe Judge O'Donnell asked if anybody was familiar with this case. Does anybody watch the news on TV? Okay. Does anybody read the News Herald? They say print is dead, but you know it's still around even online. Okay. Listen to the radio. There has been some time that we're dealing with. There's a gap in time here. From what you've heard so far, from what little you know about the case, this isn't jogging anything in anybody's minds.
I feel like I read about it on Facebook at some point, but I don't remember.
You say at some point. Do you mind elaborating on that? Do you have a timeline?
Follow like the Lake County Sheriff and police blotters, so I just read things like that. I don't remember things from 2 weeks ago though, so I wouldn't remember specifically what it was.
What makes you say that? What is it that is making you think that perhaps
I vaguely remember something with like Fairport and Harpersfield or whatever.
Okay. And that's all you remember?
Yeah.
If you were selected to be on the jury during deliberations, would you have a difficult time divorcing that limited knowledge that you already have from the evidence that's presented?
I would not.
Okay. Do you have any connection to Fairport Harbor or Harpersfield that would make you more or less sympathetic to offenses that may take place in those areas?
I do not.
Thank you. So I mentioned earlier that Corey, as he sits there, is cloaked in a presumption of innocence. I drive a good amount of distance to work every day on the highway. And I frequently see people pulled over on the side of the road, especially in Menor. When you drive past those people that are pulled over on the side of the road, does anybody think, oh, I wonder what that person did to get pulled over? Especially at night if there are like 3 cop cars there. Who thinks that? I wonder what they did. Does anybody drive by and say, they're innocent until proven guilty? Okay, there's one. Aside from the one, we had scattered laughter at that question. Because the answer is no, even from me. I wonder what happened. What did that person do to get pulled over? Did anybody think that of Corey when they walked in? Did anybody walk into the courtroom and ask themselves, what did he do to get here? I see some nods. Juror number 3, do you mind elaborating on that thought process?
Oh, I'm fidgeting. I'm sorry. I wasn't.
Okay. Well, then I'm sorry for pointing.
No, yeah, I apologize. I have ADHD.
Did anybody think that when they walked into the courtroom? Okay. You've talked so much, thank you.
Can I shut up?
Yes, I grant you that permission for the time being, unless you have a very good answer to a future question. Juror 26, please. I saw you raise your hand.
I think so. I mean, it's the nature of the courtroom, right?
Would you think that that was perhaps a natural reaction?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. Would you be able to put that initial thought aside, especially after all that's been said here, and be neutral if you were to be selected on the jury?
Yeah, I believe so.
Would you be able to hold the state's evidence to the standard that they have to meet?
Yes.
And do you have any particular opinion about whether or not Corey testifies?
I would prefer to hear this side of the story.
That's a difficult issue. Would you be able to put that aside, that desire aside, and hold the state and the state only to that burden?
I think so. This is right now.
You said you think so. Is that something you would be able to state conclusively before you were actually put into that situation?
Yes.
Thank you. Does anybody think that the fact that Corey was charged with a crime as evidence of wrongdoing? We kind of talked about what your answer would have to be if you were to start deliberations right now. But did anybody hear the charges and already make any assumptions about him or about the case? So we talked about holding the state to their burden, and it's been talked about already what that burden is, proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And there are different burdens throughout this legal system, and this is, I think, an especially relevant question, and Judge O'Donnell touched on this earlier, that juror number 15, you served on a civil jury, right? That the burden of proof is much different between those types of cases. So I'll give you an example. For that jury, depending on the case, a civil jury, to award a $1 billion verdict, billion with a B, it would be something more than 50%, preponderance of the evidence. This is a higher burden than that, for somebody to get $1 billion in a civil suit. For somebody to have custody of their children taken away from them, this is a higher burden than that. As you sit there, does everybody kind of appreciate the size of what we're dealing with here? That this is the highest burden that we have in our legal system, not just in the criminal realm, in the entire legal system. You were introduced to both myself as well as my co-counsel in the case, Ms. Tuttle. If she and I fell asleep at the counsel table and didn't say a word, but the state failed to prove every element of an offense, would anybody have any issues finding Corey not guilty? Does everybody understand that if that happened, if we fell asleep, but the state failed to meet their burden, failed to prove every element, that it would be your duty to find Corey not guilty? Now, there was something that was discussed earlier where there was a little bit of discussion about elements as they relate to charges. Juror number 35. Can you give me a hand for a second? Am I remembering correctly that you had a short discussion with the prosecutor about 32, was it 32? I'm sorry, about elements and how it relates to burden of proof in the case.
Yeah.
I wanted to make sure we got clarity on that. I think it was explained very well by Mrs. Uri. Do you understand that it's not an all or nothing process? It is in regard to elements, but not in regard to offenses. So you, if you are seated, and any juror, have the ability to find Corey not guilty or guilty of offenses ranging from 0 to 4. It can be any number in that range. So it's not an all or nothing process. Was that clear from how it was explained by Mrs. Uri?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that we were on the same page and that was touched on again. Who actually served on a criminal jury and was part of the deliberation process? We have 10, 11, 23. Thank you. Number 23. Was that a positive experience that you had?
I guess.
Did you have any issues speaking your mind during the deliberation process? Did you have that opportunity? Would you have any concerns going into today if you were to be selected to serve on the jury? Perfect. And juror number 35, I called on you earlier mistakenly. This is intentional. Did you have a positive experience serving on that jury? Did you have the opportunity to speak your mind? Do you have any concerns leaving that experience and potentially coming into this one? Thank you. I believe it was juror number 10. Did you raise your hand? Same question. So did you have the opportunity to speak your mind during those deliberations? Do you have any concerns coming into this experience, having already had that one? Juror number 11. Same questions.
Yes, I was able to speak my mind and I don't have any issues or concerns.
And you know from the charges generally what the subject matter is going to be. No concerns relating to that? Juror number 1. You had a discussion with Mrs. Uri about your feeling and your relationship toward law enforcement officers. Do you believe that law enforcement makes mistakes?
Yeah.
Do you feel that when they do, that should be talked about in an open and honest way?
Yeah.
And there's going to be at least one member of law enforcement that testifies during this trial. Do you have any issues holding that witness to the same credibility standard that you would hold another witness?
No. Same.
So if a non-police officer came in and testified, you would hold that person to the same standard that you would hold an officer?
Yes.
Thank you. Juror number 12. Somewhat of the same questions. Do you believe that the police make mistakes sometimes? And would you be able to hold an officer to the same burden? Well, burden's not the right word. The same standard of credibility as you would any other person? Juror number 6, I wanted to ask you, you brought up that you have a pill that you take. Would you have any issues taking that during the course of a trial?
I might hold off on it so I wouldn't have to
Would that,
go into the restroom.
okay, would that cause you any issues?
Well, I hope not. My heart would start racing a lot more.
Would you consider that to be a major matter of concern for you?
For me, not that much. My wife would not like it at all.
It's understandable. Would that distract you at all from what was being presented to you during the trial?
There are two different things.
Okay. And Juror 27, you mentioned having migraines.
Yes.
You had one as recently as yesterday?
Actually, I had multiple yesterday.
Okay.
Therein lies why I feel I may be disqualified asked to serve on the jury.
You mentioned that you found this environment to be relatively calm so far, right?
Yes.
And you did hear earlier what the charges are, what the subject matter is going to be.
Yes.
Could that potentially change your impression of this environment for you?
Possibly, but at the same time, I'm remaining impartial. I'm unbiased.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Juror number 9, you mentioned that you know what seems to be many members of the judiciary here in Lake County. You would be able to set all of that aside?
Yes.
If Judge O'Donnell had beaten you in a game of bocce ball, that wouldn't affect your service at all?
Mr. Kilmeyer, I can assure you that there's not a chance in 100 that would ever happen.
Now I can certainly be assured that you would be a fair and impartial jury. Sure. Thank you, number. One moment, please. I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so at this time, with the exception of juror number 28, which we're going to meet with privately, I'm going to excuse the rest of you out in the hallway. Remember, discuss anything you want except what we discussed in here. And then when we call you back, we'll identify the 13 jurors that are selected to hear this case. The rest will be let go for the day. So going out in the hallway, and juror number 28, you can remain. All right, why don't you come on up over here? Have a seat, you guys. Have a seat, have a seat. Come on up, just in that first chair over here. All right, we have juror number 28 that had requested to speak. be selected as the trial jurors have been identified. Mr. Gonzalez will call your name. If your name is called, please stand up.
Juror
Your
number
number, not name, number.
Juror number 2, juror number 3, juror number 4, juror number 6, juror number 7, juror number 9, juror 10, juror 11, juror 12, juror 13, juror 14, juror 15, and juror number 16.
All right, will those that are standing please raise your right hand so I can swear you in? Do each of you solemnly swear that you will well and truly try and true deliverance make between the state of Ohio and the defendant Corey Hennigan, so help you God? All right, have a seat. The rest of you will be excused, and are they in, what week are they in?
This was their last week, sir.
Okay, so your jury service is complete. Thank you very much for being here. If you could take off your numbers and just leave them on your seat, and then we'll have a certificate for you if you need one for your employer. But thank you very much for coming here.
Yes. That's your last one. Last week.
Yeah, you gotta go to work tomorrow.
Juror number 14, can you do me a favor and move down to this very first chair right here, please? There you go, perfect. Juror number 15. If you can take that first seat right there. And juror number 16. Just take that open chair for where it says number 5.
All right, you guys can have a seat. All right, if you could take off the juror numbers that you have and then pass them down toward Bob and give them to him. All right, then behind your seat there should be a notebook. You could open that up. You'll have the new juror number in there. You can put that on. And then there's a pen and paper in there for you to take notes as you see fit throughout the trial. All right, so what we'll do now is I'm going to give you some preliminary jury instructions, and I'm going to let you go for lunch for about an hour, then we'll come back and we'll begin the trial with the opening statements, okay? All right, evidence is all the testimony received from the witnesses, the exhibits admitted during the trial, facts agreed to by counsel, and any facts the court requires you to accept as true. Evidence may be direct or circumstantial or both. Direct evidence is the testimony given by a witness who has seen or heard the facts to which he or she testifies. It includes exhibits admitted into evidence during the trial. Circumstantial evidence is the proof of facts or circumstances by direct evidence from which you may reasonably infer other related or connected facts which naturally and logically follow according to the common experience of mankind. Direct evidence and circumstantial evidence are of equal weight. The evidence does not include the indictment or the opening statements or closing arguments of counsel. The opening statements and closing arguments of counsel are designed to assist you. They are not evidence. You are the sole judges of the facts, the credibility of the witnesses, and the weight of the evidence. To weigh the evidence, you must consider the credibility of the witnesses. You may apply the tests of truthfulness which you apply in your daily lives. These tests may include, but are not limited to, the appearance of each witness upon the stand, the reasonableness of the testimony, the opportunity to see, hear, and know the things concerning which they testified, the accuracy of memory, frankness or lack of it, interest and bias, if any, together with all the facts and circumstances surrounding the testimony. Applying these tests, you may assign to the testimony of each witness such weight as you deem proper. You are not required to believe the testimony of any witness simply because they were under oath. You may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the testimony of any witness. It is your province to determine what testimony is worthy of belief and what testimony is not worthy of belief. The testimony of a defendant is to be weighed by the same rules that apply to other witnesses if the defendant takes the stand and testifies. The defendant has the Fifth Amendment right to not testify in this trial. If the defendant chooses not to testify, you shall not consider that decision for any purpose. You should not decide any issue of fact merely on the basis of the number of witnesses who testify on each side of an issue. Rather, the final test in judging evidence will be the force and weight of the evidence regardless of the number of witnesses on each side of an issue. The testimony of one witness believed by you is sufficient to prove any fact. During the course of this trial, a number of exhibits and testimony relating to these exhibits may be introduced as evidence. You will determine what weight, if any, the exhibit should receive in light of all the evidence. Jurors will be permitted to take notes during the trial. Jurors will not be permitted to ask questions of witnesses. It is the responsibility of the lawyers to present all the evidence necessary for you to decide the issues in this case. You will not be permitted access to transcript of witness testimony during your deliberations. Please be aware that once deliberations have begun, you may not have contact with anyone other than your fellow jurors and the bailiff. This means that once deliberations begin, you will not be able to make any phone calls. We will give you advance warning when we're getting close to the end of the case, so you can let the necessary people know that you will be out of contact once the deliberations begin. You can be reached for emergencies, but if you're called out of the jury room, you will not be able to return. It's important that you be fair and attentive throughout the trial. Do not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else. Do not permit anyone to discuss it with you or in your presence. Do not form or express any opinion on the case until it is finally submitted to you. Wear your lanyard so the attorneys, parties, and witnesses know you are jurors and off limits for conversation and contact. It may be difficult for you to understand why you may not discuss this case among yourselves until it is finally submitted to you. You will receive the opening statements, the evidence, the instructions of law, and the arguments of counsel. It would be unfair to discuss the case among yourselves before you receive everything necessary to reach an informed decision. You should explain this rule prohibiting discussion of the case to your family and friends. When the trial is over and your jury duty is complete, you will be released from this instruction. At that time, you may discuss the case and your experiences as a juror. I'm going to give you what's called the admonition. It's a standing order that applies throughout the trial. If I forget, I will try to remind you of a shorter version of the admonition at every recess, but if I forget, it still applies. You've been selected as jurors in this case. We've taken the time to seat a neutral jury so this case can be decided based just on what goes on in the courtroom and not on outside influences. You are required to decide this case based solely on the evidence that is presented to you in the courtroom. It is my role as a judge to determine what evidence is admissible and what evidence is not admissible. It would be a violation of your duties and unfair to the parties if you should obtain other information about the case, which might be information that is not admissible as evidence. You must carefully listen to all the evidence and evaluate all of it. Do not reach any conclusions until you have heard all the evidence, my instructions of law, and the arguments of the attorneys. Otherwise, you will have an incomplete picture of the case. Do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else. The reason for this is you might be given information or an opinion that could alter the way in which you view the evidence or the instructions or even how this case should come out. Such an opinion or conclusion would be based on an incomplete or inaccurate view of the evidence and therefore would be clearly unfair. In addition, you must not try to get information from any other source. This ban on outside information also includes any personal investigation, including visiting the site, looking into news accounts, talking to possible witnesses, reenacting the allegations in the indictment, or any other act that would otherwise affect the fairness and impartiality that you must have as a juror. Finally, you must not have contact with anyone about this case other than me and the court employees. This includes viewing any social media sites of any kind regarding this case or any aspect of your jury service during the trial. If anyone tries to contact you about the case directly or indirectly, do not allow that person to have contact with you. If anyone persists in contacting you or speaking with you, that could be jury tampering, which is a serious crime. If anyone contacts you in this manner, report this to me or to the bailiff immediately. You should know that if this admonition is violated, there could be a mistrial. A mistrial means the case is stopped before it is finished and it must be retried at a later date. This can lead to a great deal of expense for the parties and for the taxpayers. If a mistrial were to be declared based on a violation of this admonition, the juror responsible could be required to pay the cost of the first trial and could be punished for contempt of court. Now, the two most common ways to violate this admonition is to look on particularly social media to try to see if they could find anything out about this case, or if anybody's on social media that comments about it, to view what they comment on. So stay off, do yourself a favor and do a system a favor and stay off of social media during the course of this trial. The other way that this can be violated, which happens and which happened in another case in another state not too long ago, is that jurors were utilizing the internet to find out things about the case that could impact the case, and that particular jury discussed that and used that, their outside influences, during their deliberations. So you're strictly prohibited from doing that, so follow the admonition and everything will go fine. Okay, so we'll see you, I'm gonna let you go for lunch, we'll see you back here, be ready to go at about 12:45, okay?
Jurors, if you want to come back this way and take you to the jury room, show you where you need to be.
You can leave your notebooks there on the seat.
What about the lanyard?
You always have that around your neck, okay?
Sounds good, thank you.
All right. All right, anything to put on the record?
No, Your Honor. No, thank you. Sorry. Put it back. This is the last chance, but existed without that. And you just have to just because the record feel it Right, so go with your
Is that a secret once they all leave and they
I'll touch base with you once more before we start. Okay? Anything you need me to bring you? Do you have like a water bottle or anything? You allowed to have a water bottle? Okay. You're good? You think you're thirsty? I'll get you one. Okay. Take this chunk back. But I want to get my shoes. Is it raining or snowing? Precipitating somehow?
It's like, no, it's still full.
Yeah, it's chilly. It's about it. All right, see you in a little bit.
See ya. Is it 12:45?
Yes, 12:45. See you.
see Dave, they're all like leaving, so
Yeah, as soon as they all clear out, we'll,
I just want to make sure they're all.
yeah.
Upstairs, a couple are going across the hall. Oh, I'm going back. Sweet. Yeah. There's one juror by our door, but she's way over here.
Oh. Like sitting on a bench or something?
Yeah, she was the one, I think she had a parent bring her here.
Oh, yeah. That's the girl with the mask.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Her mom brought her in.
they're getting up now.
So I think
They're going out the front door.
they probably go to lunch and come in.
Yep, they're going out the front.
Okay.
So they left. And that was one of the former jurors. He was somebody who wasn't picked. He's probably just waiting for a ride. He's by our door.
Oh, yeah, I don't care about those.
So you're all set.
Good. All right, Corey.
counsel Jenny Azuri, who represent the state of Ohio. On April 11th, 2022, while driving from Harpersfield Township in Ashtabula County to Fairport Harbor, Corey Hennigan, the defendant, struck Mandy Marlowe in the face, causing her facial injury. You will hear from the victim, Mandy herself. You will hear that on April 11th, she and the defendant lived in Ashtabula County, and that they have 2 children together, Max and Chloe. And you will hear about the events of April 11th, that after a visitation with her daughter, Mandy and the defendant get into a white Chevrolet hatchback, and he begins driving to Fairport Harbor. Mandy will explain how the defendant began hitting and punching her in the face. You'll hear how she tried to get away from him, to crawl in the back seat, to get out of the car, but she wasn't able to. Luckily, Mandy was eventually able to get out of the car in Fairport and call 911 for help. You will hear testimony from Officer Oshner of the Fairport Harbor Police Department, who responded to a call from dispatch and found Mandy walking down the street with her face covered in blood. You'll hear that Mandy tells the officer that her ex-boyfriend, the defendant, caused her injuries and that he's driving a white Chevrolet hatchback. During this conversation, Mandy identifies the vehicle driven by the defendant, and Officer Oshner pursues the vehicle and attempts to initiate a stop. You'll then see dash cam footage of the 16-minute high-speed chase that followed. You will hear about the lives defendant put in danger as he went through stop signs, passed vehicles at intersections, cut vehicles off, passed vehicles on the berm, and eventually reached a speed of 100 miles per hour, all while the roads were covered in rain. You'll learn that ultimately Officer Oshner decided to terminate the chase. You'll also hear about the investigation that followed this incident. You'll hear how the state took additional steps to attempt to find the defendant's location after this incident and obtained both his phone records and his Google records. You will then learn the defendant didn't go back home to Ashtabula County after this incident, but he was at a Comfort Suites in Edinburgh, Pennsylvania. At the end of the evidence, the state is confident it will find the defendant guilty of abduction, domestic violence, failure to comply with order or signal of a police officer, and obstruction of official business.
Thank you. Ms. Tuttle.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes.
Members of the jury, we're here today because the state has charged Mr. Hennigan in a 4-count indictment surrounding those acts that Ms. Bell just stated on April 11th, 2022. The state is alleging that Mr. Hennigan kept his mother of his children in a car against her will, that he physically harmed her, that he then fled from the police and made it difficult for them to do their job in the course of that. As was discussed during jury selection, the state of Ohio bears the burden of proof. That means today that the state must prove each and every element of each charge to you. Now, we're going to ask you to think about these charges as 2 separate events. There's a clear break here. There's what happened to Mandy Marlowe in the vehicle, and then there's what happened with the Fairport Harbor Police. We ask you to consider these separately and carefully, as there are distinct different charges with distinct different conduct and distinct different elements. You're going to hear from a number of different witnesses today. Some of those are eyewitnesses. Some of those are individuals who reviewed data. We ask you to carefully scrutinize the evidence as you hear it, to look for those indicators of credibility that we've talked about, and to weigh in your mind which evidence is believable and which isn't. We ask that you hear all of the evidence in today's case before you reach your conclusions on any single charge. And at the end of this trial, we're going to return before you and ask that you find Corey Hennigan not guilty of all charges. Thank you.
Thank you. First witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would call Jeffrey Smith.
You raise your right hand, please. You swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
All right, have a seat right here. Please do your best to stay close to that mic so it picks your voice up, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, Ms. Bell?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Can you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Jeffrey Smith, Smith,
And where are you currently employed?
Fairport Harbor Fire Department.
How long have you been employed there?
Currently 5 years. It's my second stint there, and for a total of about 15 years.
And what's your position?
Firefighter paramedic.
What are your job duties?
To report to fires and emergency medical calls, to manage the station, work alongside the other guys that I work with, performing those duties.
Do you have any specialized training pertaining to your position?
I have been a certified paramedic for 24 years. I've been a firefighter for 28 years. I carry certifications in advanced cardiac life support, basic life support,
And
CPR.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
How do you become certified as a paramedic?
I had a 1-year course through Auburn Career Center, and I was put through the state certification process.
And do you have to take continuing education hours?
Yes.
And are you up to date with those?
Yes.
Then have you had any positions prior to the Fairport Harbor Fire Department?
Prior to, no. I have, since I've been with Fairport Harbor, I'm a full-time firefighter with the city of Mayfield Heights. I also have worked in Warrensville Heights, the city of Willoughby, Concord Township, and Reminderville.
All around.
Yep,
So I'm going to turn your attention to April 11th, 2022. Were you working that day?
I was.
In what capacity?
Firefighter paramedic.
Okay. Do you know what shift?
As a part-timer at Fairport, we do not necessarily follow a regular shift like I would at my full-time job. And that's where I was on that day. I don't know what day, what particular shift it was.
Gotcha. Did you have an opportunity to interact with Amanda Marlowe that day?
Yes, I did.
And then how did that come about?
I was the firefighter paramedic in charge that evening. We were dispatched around 6 p.m. For a call for a victim of an assault. Upon arriving on scene, I was able to interact with her.
Let me stop you briefly. About what time were you able to arrive on scene?
I believe the call came in shortly after 6 o'clock, so it would have been within a minute or two of that.
Did you see the victim?
Yes.
How did she appear?
She was obviously assaulted. She had blood dripping from her face. Her hands and her shirt were covered in blood as well. She was just she was in that position of just like dismay, like, wow, this just happened to me.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I am handing you what's been marked State's Exhibit 2A.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm going to actually hand it to you and not drop it.
Okay.
Do you recognize what or who is depicted?
Yes.
What does it depict?
Well, it depicts that she had been hit in the face. She's got swelling and bruising already occurring around her eyes. What we, as a paramedic, I refer to that as raccoon eyes. She's got blood dripping from her nose and around her mouth, down onto her shirt, as well as in her hands.
Does it fairly and accurately depict how Mandy appeared to you on April 11th, 2022?
Yes. Yes, she was obviously distraught, as this picture shows.
Your Honor, the state would move to admit and publish that photo into evidence.
Any objection to A?
No, Your Honor.
Then I'm going to
It's
put it on the
admitted.
screen.
Yeah, go ahead.
And is what's up there the same as the photo I showed you?
Yes, it is.
And then, were you able to speak with Mandy that day?
Yes.
And what was her demeanor?
As I said, she was distraught. She had been speaking with our police officer prior to my arrival, and you know, the dismay of the blood in her hands and in her face, and you know, what do I need to do next?
Did she make any statements to you about what happened?
No, she did not.
And then, did you provide any aid to Mandy?
So upon coming across her, once our police officer was done interacting with her and he transferred the care of her over to me, we did establish the fact she was alert and oriented. She was answering questions for us as it appeared to her injuries. And then we took her into the rescue squad to check her vital signs and look for any further injuries beyond what you could see in that picture.
Then at any point did you take her back to Village Hall or the department?
We did. When we were all done concluding with her medical care, she actually refused to be taken to the hospital. She signed our emergency waiver, and when we were about to release her, that's when she asked, well, what do I do next? At that point, our officer was not on scene. He was involved with other aspects of this case. And I spoke with our dispatcher, who spoke with our officer, and we were advised to take her back to the Village Hall where she would be able to get her ID back from him and answer any other questions that he had. So we took her back to the station, checked on her every couple of minutes, and then when our officer responded back to the station, we were all done with her.
And you were in Fairport Harbor, right?
Yes.
And that's Lake County, state of Ohio?
Yes.
Thank you. Cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Hi, Mr. Smith.
Hello.
All right, so you said you arrived to the patient in this case at just after 6 p.m.,
Shortly thereafter, yes.
and the patient was Amanda Marlowe?
Mm-hmm.
This is the, I'm sorry, just need an audible yes for the record.
Yes.
This was the first time that you had ever met Miss Marlowe, right?
Yes,
You don't know if any of the injuries she had may have been pre-existing?
that's correct.
Now, nobody else was with Miss Marlowe, right?
Other than our officer, no.
Okay, so she was alone on the street in Fairport?
Yes.
Now, you described some of the injuries that she had. Injuries like this are consistent with other incidents besides being hit, right?
They can be, yes.
So they could be consistent with somebody falling, right?
Yes.
If they hit their face when they fell,
Yes.
they could be consistent with some sort of car accident maybe.
Yes.
They could be consistent with a whole number of different incidents, right?
Yes.
And Ms. Marlowe didn't tell you what had happened to her, right?
Correct.
So you don't know for certain.
She indicated that she had been assaulted.
Okay, but you don't know for certain what did happen to her, right?
Correct.
No specifics?
Correct.
Now, you said that she refused to go to the hospital,
Correct.
so you drove her to
The Village Hall.
Village Hall.
Yes.
You left the scene at about 6:20, does that sound right?
6:20, 6:30, yes.
Okay, so on the whole, this was like a less than 20-minute kind of interaction.
For me, yes.
One moment, Your Honor. No further questions. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, you may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next witness?
State calls Amanda Marlowe. Can you move that in?
Yeah, you can move it anywhere you want. Will you raise your right hand, please? You swear a testimony about gives the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. All right, have a seat right here.
That's fine.
And you're going to need to stay close to that mic so it can pick up your voice, okay?
Okay. Good afternoon. Can you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
It's Amanda Marlowe, Marlow.
Okay. And do you ever go by Mandy?
Yes.
Okay. So if I call you Mandy, you're okay with that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, Mandy, you grew up in the state of Ohio, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And in the Montville area of Ohio?
No, that's my old last name.
Okay. So
Rock
is
Creek.
it in Ashtabula area? Mm-hmm. Okay.
Would you,
So-
hold on, would you make sure if you're going to say yes, you say yes instead of mm-hmm, okay? So the court reporter can pick that up, all right?
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
So you grew up in Ashtabula County,
Mm-hmm. Yes.
correct? Okay. And your family actually has a pizza shop
Yes.
somewhere in the neighborhood, correct?
Yes.
What's the name of the pizza shop?
Rock Creek Pizza.
Okay. And how long has that been in existence?
40 years.
So have you worked there?
My whole life.
All right. And you're working there now, is that correct?
Yes.
Mandy, do you have any children?
Yes, I do.
And what are their first names and their ages?
Anastasia is 20, and then I have Joshua. He is 16 on the 15th of this month, and then I have Max 4 and Chloe 2.
And Max and Chloe, what is the name of their father?
Corey Hennigan.
Now, have you been in a relationship with Corey Hennigan since about 2016?
Yes.
And at some point, you shared a house with him on Lockwood?
Yes.
Is that the street? And is that in Geneva?
Yes.
And that's also in Ashtabula County, right?
Yes.
And at some point, that relationship did end, right?
Yes.
And was that around October of 2020?
Yes.
Is it safe to say that the relationship between you and Corey was rocky and on and
Yes.
off again? Is that accurate?
Absolutely.
But you have 2 children in common, correct?
Yes, we do.
So despite you not being together, were you still communicating with each other because of those kids?
Yes.
And how would you communicate with Corey? Would you communicate via cell phone?
Yes.
And would you communicate via email?
Yes.
Now, back in April of 2022, so last year, what was your cell phone number?
My phone number is always the same. It's 440-805-9538.
9538?
Mm-hmm.
And then, what was his cell phone number at the time?
440-563-1217.
And did Corey have his phone on him most of the time
Yes.
when he was out and about?
Yeah, he always has a cell phone.
Now, did Corey have any Gmail addresses
Yes.
at that time?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember the Gmail addresses that he had at that time?
Yes.
What do you remember them to be?
Corey.hennigan650@gmail.com and then cmconstruction 4homes@gmail.com.
Okay. So both Gmail addresses.
Yes.
And the CM construction for homes, did you play any part in that?
I made it for his business.
You set up the Gmail account?
Yeah.
For his
But
own business?
yes, but I didn't have access to it.
Okay. All right. So So 2 Gmail accounts and 1 cell phone number, right?
Yes.
Did he access his Gmail accounts on his cell phone?
Yeah, well, you have to. That's how you turn on your phone.
So I want to talk about April 11th of 2022, okay? That afternoon, you were with your daughter, is that correct?
Yes, we left his parents' house.
Okay. But you spent some time with your daughter, is that
Yes.
Chloe?
Yes.
Okay. And that was in, you said it, at his parents' house. You mean Corey's parents?
Mhm.
And is that in Ashtabula County?
Mhm.
All right.
Remember, yes or no, okay?
Yes.
It's all right. She's typing everything down, so we want to make sure we get all the words down. And then, what town do they live in?
Rock Creek.
Rock Creek? Okay. And then, at some point, did you and Corey leave his parents' house?
Yes.
Okay. And around what time would that have been?
Around 5 or 6, somewhere in there. 5:30. I don't know.
Okay. So somewhere between the 5:30, 6 o'clock PM, or
Yeah.
talking PM?
PM.
Okay. And describe the car. Did you guys get into a vehicle?
Yes. We got into a white hatchback Malibu.
And who was driving?
Corey.
And are there any other distinguishing features about that vehicle?
There's graffiti that was made, factory made on the by the windows. It's an off-white color. It's a hatchback looking Malibu. I've never seen one before.
Okay.
So that was pretty distinctive.
And was there any?
And there's muddy.
It was muddy. Any window tint?
Yes, it is window tint.
So you said Corey was driving.
Mm-hmm.
Where did you get into the vehicle?
In the passenger door. Like
You went through the passenger door.
Yeah.
And where'd you sit?
in the passenger side.
And when you got in that car, where did you think you were going?
I thought that we were going back to Elise's to fix, because there's so much other stuff over there because he got that car stuck in her yard. The day
Okay,
before.
so just without going into like the whole backstory.
Okay.
but You thought you were going to
Elise's.
And that was where you thought you were going when you got into the vehicle, right? When you got into the vehicle, did the defendant drive the vehicle to Elise's?
No, he went right instead of left.
Okay. So what happened when you got into that vehicle?
Arguing,
You were arguing?
fighting and arguing.
Okay. Can you try it here? I just want
Well, it can't move, you just gotta make sure you scoot up, okay?
All right. So if I heard you correctly, you said you got in the vehicle and there was arguing
Mm-hmm. Yes.
between you and him?
Yes.
And was it a speaking argument? Was it a yelling argument? How?
It was just condescending argument. Corey's always condescending towards me.
So he was he yelling at you or?
No, just be condescending, treating me like I'm stupid.
What happened?
Well, I was mad because we're not going the right way. So I want to be turned, and he just started anything that what I said. He started punching me or just acting like I was stupid, like shut up because I'm stupid, and punching me. He starts driving towards on the freeway. Like I don't know why we're going on a freeway. And towards the end, we're in Fairport Harbor, which I don't know anything about Fairport Harbor, so I was kind of very scared because how am I going to get a ride home from here?
Okay. So I want to back up a little
I
bit.
was trying to get out of the car.
Okay, we'll get back to that. So you're in the vehicle with Corey.
Mhm.
Think you're going to Elise's. At what point did you realize you were not going into the direction of Elise's house?
When we went north instead of south.
Okay. So where did Corey make a turn?
At the stop sign from his parents. Like, either you go towards Rock Creek, the town, or you go towards Geneva. And we went towards Geneva.
So Elise is towards Rock Creek. So when you're in this car with Corey and you're arguing, you said he started to hit you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. How was he doing that?
Punching me in the face.
And you're in the passenger seat?
Mm-hmm.
What hand was he using to do that?
Probably his right.
What do you remember? Like, what parts of your face got hit?
Well,
Or what parts of your body?
My mouth, my nose. My whole head, basically. I was already punched the night before, so I was already sore.
Okay, so you're in that vehicle, and do you remember where he hit you first? Where the car was when he hit you first?
Riding down the road, punching me in the face.
Were you still close to his parents' house?
No, we were driving down the road. I don't know exactly where we were. But we could have been close to his parents' house. We were driving towards, north, so...
Were you looking out the window the entire time?
No, I'm being punched and I'm crying. I can't really see.
Did he say why he was doing this to you?
Because I'm stupid.
That's what he said.
Yeah. Because he's sick of me, because I'm stupid, because I'm ignorant. Whatever he wanted to say, calling me names. I don't really want to say all of them.
Well, you're under oath, so why don't you, it's okay. You're allowed to say what was said. What did he say to you?
He was calling me a stupid whore. All kinds of names, just anything. Just about how ignorant. Telling me that why can't I be a mother? Like he can just do whatever he's great. Like he can just do whatever he wants, but not me. That I'm a whore, that I'm sleeping around with all these people.
So he is making up this stuff about you, right?
He is making it out like I'm just cheating on him, and we're not even together. And I was with one person, Dean.
Okay.
And he was with many, many, many people.
Okay.
No,
Here. So he's saying all of this to you.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
All right. He hit you in the face.
Yes.
He hit you in the head. Right?
Yes.
Did he hit you
Constant.
in the mouth?
Yeah.
If you could approximate how many times you were hit in that car.
At least 15.
And then this was while you were in the car from Rock Creek to Fairport Harbor.
Yes.
Right? Did you ever try to get out of that car?
Yes.
How did you try to get out of that?
I tried to open the door to jump out, and he made it so the car curved up and the door slammed back in and shut.
How many times did that happen?
Probably 2 or 3.
Did you said you got into the front seat. Did you stay in the front seat?
I was trying to get into the back seat so that maybe I wouldn't be hit as much, but I couldn't get back there.
Why?
Because he kept punching me and driving recklessly, so then I'd get thrown back. But that was where I was trying to go, so I can go be by the dog.
You mentioned a dog. Remember the dog?
Yes.
And where was the dog?
In the back.
How else did you try it? Were there any other ways that you tried to get out of the car during that period of time?
just, I dialed 911
Where were you when that happened?
in the car. In the
Do you
front seat.
know where the car physically was?
No, I have no idea.
When were you able to get out of that vehicle?
When the police officer was visible, and I said, "Look, there's a police officer," and then I went towards the police officer.
Okay, so in Fairport Harbor?
Yes,
Okay.
I think it was called High Street.
Okay. So was that the first time you were able to get out of the car?
Yes,
Did you feel you were able to get out of the car any other time before that? When you
no, nor I would have got out. Like, this is when I got out of the car.
All right, so you said you called 911. What phone did you use to call 911?
My phone,
And what was the phone number of that again?
440-805-9538.
9538. And do you remember saying anything when you called?
Help me.
So you got out of the car in Fairport. Do you remember where you were in Fairport? Had you ever been to Fairport before?
I've been to Fairport, but no, I did not know where I was in Fairport. I've only been there to Pickle Bills,
Pickle Bills?
so I don't know the town very well.
So what happened after you got out of that car?
I saw the police officer,
Okay.
and then I went to his vehicle, and then he asked me whose blood was on me, if I was okay. And then the EMTs came, and he asked me who did this, and I said, Corey Hennigan. And then he said, where is he? And then I pointed at the car that he was getting away, and then the police officer went ahead and went towards to go get Corey.
Okay. So that police officer, do you see him here today?
He's right there.
Officer Ochsner.
Yes.
So you met up with Officer Ochsner.
Mhm.
Okay. And did you tell him who did this to you?
Yes.
Do you remember, did you look in a mirror at that point? Did you see what your face looked like?
Yes.
Okay. Were there photographs taken of you, Mandy?
Yes, there was.
Yes?
Yes.
And did you allow, was it Officer Ochsner that took those photographs?
Yes.
And did you give him permission to take those photos?
Yes, I did.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yep.
I'm handing you what's been marked 2A and 2B.
Okay.
Do you recognize those?
Yeah.
And what are they?
That's of me in the area of where I got out of the car.
And this would be on February or April
April.
11th?
Okay.
Was that when those were taken, the day that this happened?
Yes, the day that it happened, yes.
Okay. All right. And who did this to you?
Corey?
Corey Hennigan?
Yes.
So, at some point, I think you might have mentioned it. Did you see the vehicle when you were with Officer Ochsner?
Yes.
Yeah. And what did you do when you saw the vehicle?
I told him there's the car and there he is. He's getting away.
And what vehicle was he driving then?
The white hatchback car. With
So Mandy, at that point, Officer Ochsner left.
Yes,
Right?
but the EMTs were there.
Okay. And what did they do for you?
Cleaned me up.
And did they stay with you there
No, we went back to. They cleaned me up in the EMT vehicle, and then we went back to the
police
office.
department?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the purpose of that? So you could talk with Officer Oshner when you were done?
To call to find someone to get a ride home, and I didn't want to go to the hospital.
All right. Your nose wasn't broken,
No.
right? Okay. Did Officer Oshner come back to the police department
Yes.
and meet with you?
Yes.
Okay. And when he did that, did he take more photos
Yes.
of you?
Yes.
And did you give him permission to take those photos?
Yes.
All right. I'm handing you what's been marked States Exhibit 2C and 2D. Do you recognize those?
Yeah.
Okay. And are those the photographs that were taken after you got cleaned up?
Yes.
Okay. And if there's any swelling or any marks on your face there, who caused those?
Corey.
Your Honor, I request permission to admit and publish States Exhibits 2C and 2D.
Any objection to 2C and 2D?
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, they're admitted.
Okay, so Mandy, does that match the photograph 2C?
Yes.
Okay. Was that you on April 11th at the police department?
Yes.
And 2D, does that match the photo in front of you?
Yes.
And again, that's you at the police department on May 11th?
Yes.
And then if I use this pointer here, point to this area under your eye, right here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what's going on there?
It's black and swelled up.
Is that bruising
Yes.
that was caused that day?
Yes.
And then when you were there at the police department, were you crying? Were you still upset about what happened?
Yeah.
You talked to Officer Oshner a little bit more about what had happened?
Mm-hmm.
And did you sign a written statement for him?
Yes.
And did you tell the officer where maybe he could find Corey?
Mm-hmm.
Specifically, like a campsite of sorts?
Yeah.
Okay, and what did you tell him?
I told him the campground.
Okay, and where was that located?
In Leanne Road in Andover.
Andover?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Just want you to speak up just a little bit.
In
okay,
Andover.
Andy? Do you remember if there was a campsite number?
I don't remember that part.
Okay, but you gave him the information you had?
Yes, but I probably knew it at that time. I just don't remember anymore.
Okay. So these are photographs that we just saw from the day that this happened. What injuries did you have as the result of this incident?
My teeth were really, really bruised, and My mouth was completely black, and the inside, like a chow dog. My eyes, I was hardly able to open my eyes the next day. I had to use a washcloth and hot water to open my eyes, and I was very sore all over, and I had to go see my children too, like that.
So did you take photos
Mhm.
of some of these injuries?
Yes.
So the next day, so April 12th of 2022, did you take any photographs to document the progression of your injuries?
Yes. That was after I got my eyes open.
Okay. So if I hand you State's Exhibit 3A,
Yes.
and what do we see in this photograph?
My black eye, and I'm all swelled up.
You're swollen?
Yes.
And then the day after that, so April 11th, did you take any photos?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
I think that one would be 13.
The 13th?
Yeah.
Yes. Sorry, I misspoke. So State's Exhibit 3B.
Yes. And that was after putting makeup on so I can go see my children.
So you have makeup there. So what do we see in this photo?
Same black eyes and bruised mouth.
Okay. So you took these photos?
Yes.
So they're true, accurate photographs of you on those dates?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd offer to admit and publish State's Exhibits 3A and 3B.
Any objection to 3A or 3B?
No, Your Honor.
Right there, admitted.
So Mandy, is that the same as the 3A in front of you?
Yes.
And using this, if you can push down the center button, you can move the red arrow.
Okay.
What do we see here?
This black eye right here, and then it's all swelled up. That's where I had to use the washcloth to open up my eyes. And then right here is all swelled up in my mouth. And I was having a hard time eating or anything because I couldn't chew anything.
Because your mouth is sore.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So if I then go to Exhibit 3B, in this photograph, what do we see?
And I have lots of makeup on too. There's the black eyes. Like you can see where the black eyes are. And then there's my mouth. The whole inside of my mouth is bruised too. And my gums.
Okay. So we see some, is that some bruising above your lip?
Yes, it was like I had a mustache of bruise.
Now, you mentioned earlier that the phone number and the Gmail accounts that Corey used and the phone number that you used can you restate that phone number that the defendant used back in April of 22?
440-563-1217.
All right, so I'm handing you, this is State's Exhibit 4. Under the tab Subscriber Information, can you just read the first name and the last name on that page?
It says Corey Hennigan.
And if in these records, we were to see your cell phone number communicating with him often, would that be accurate?
Yes, that's very accurate.
Okay. So, particularly if we look at April 11th, 2022, starting at 18:42, which would be 6:42 p.m., and forward, do you see, and looking at the highlighted, are those all text communications with you?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And they start at 6:42 p.m.?
Yes.
And if I flip the page, there's quite a bit of them, right?
Yeah, there's a lot.
Okay. And these also go into the 12th of April?
Yes.
Do they?
Yes, they do.
Okay. And even into the 13th, right?
Yes.
So that would be accurate representation of text messages between you and
Yes, there's quite a few.
Thank you. Now the Gmail accounts, that you provided. You said first that CM Construction for Homes. You created that for him.
Yes.
For his business. So I'm handing you States Exhibit 5. Okay. Could you flip to the subscriber information tab? Okay, and that go past that first page, so specifically the second page.
Okay.
Okay. Is there a subscriber name in there?
Yes.
And what's the subscriber name?
Corey Hennigan.
And then States Exhibit 6. Okay, this is for Corey.Hennigan650@gmail.com. That's that second email address, correct?
Yes.
And if we look at subscriber information, is there a name there as well?
Yes. And it says Corey Hennigan.
Have those back. Now, if you could flip to the tab in these records that say Google Photographs or Google Photos.
Okay.
Okay. There's a first page that looks like just a list of a bunch of items. But if you go one more page, do you see any photographs that you recognize?
Yes, I do.
Okay. What's that a photograph of?
It's the campsite that he was at with the truck and with the hatchback Malibu.
Okay. Do you recognize that hatchback Malibu?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Is that the hatchback Malibu that
Yes, it is.
you were in with him on April 11th?
Yes.
Okay. Just if you could flip to the next photo.
Okay.
Recognize the items in that picture?
Yes.
Okay. How about the next photo?
Yes.
Okay. Same thing, that
Yes.
Malibu's in that photo? Okay. How about the next photo? The very last one.
Yes.
Do you recognize that?
Yes. It's a text message between me and Corey.
Okay. And we're going to get to the details of that message, but does it pertain to the hatchback?
Yes, it does. Yes.
Your Honor, permission to publish these photographs. States Exhibit 6.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, it's admitted.
Thank you. Now, while we're waiting for these to open, Mandy, if we go to the second photograph in this packet, do you notice anything of note about that vehicle?
But yes, that it has the weird graffiti on it. And that's actually stock from the manufacturers, and the tinted windows of the car. You can see where the rust spots are in the different spots of where the wear and tear on the car is. It's a pretty noticeable car.
File 2022-0409 193240. A lot of other numbers and letters after it, but do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is that one of the photos that was in
Yes.
here that you looked at? What do you recognize specifically in that vehicle or in that photograph?
On the vehicle, the graffiti writing that's on that light part, the hatchback of the car, the window tint. I see Corey's camper and truck.
Okay, so who owns that camper?
Corey.
Corey Hennigan?
Yes.
There's a truck that we see.
Yes, and that's
And he
Corey's.
owns that?
Yes.
And who owned this car at the time?
Corey Hennigan.
Alright. File 2022-0409 _ 193315. Again, is this photograph in this packet that I just showed you?
Yes.
And is this the same? Are these the same vehicles?
Yes, they are. And that's Corey's truck and camper and the white Malibu. And you can see where it's the hatchback in that car too.
Right. Oh, the back of the vehicle.
Yeah.
Got it. And then finally, for these 2022-0409 _ 193219, followed by a number of other letters and numbers. Again, are these all the same vehicles we just spoke about?
Yes.
And that photograph is also in this packet of Google records?
Yes.
So going to screenshot _ 2022-0413 - 190011 with a number of letters and numbers after it. Okay. This photograph is also in this packet.
Yes, it is.
Correct? And what is this?
It's a text message between Corey and I. After Corey was in a high-speed chase with a police officer, he left the vehicle at Elise's house, and Elise and everyone told me
Okay,
to.
so hold on. We're not talking about what
Okay.
people told you. But is this text message between you and Corey Hennigan?
Yes, it is.
Okay. The items in blue, the words in blue, who wrote those?
Corey.
Okay. And the words in gray with a little M next to it, who wrote those?
I did.
Okay. So it looks like he states, and again, do you remember this text message?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I don't want to talk to you, but you stole my car again, and Chris knows you took it. And then we see at 6:51 p.m., you're a habitual bitch. And then you respond, did not take anything, never stole a car in my life. If you're referring to the car you abandoned at Elise's, D, she told me to get it off her property. You will need to contact the sheriff's deputies. And then at 7 p.m., so you just lied to me that they took it. He said that to you. right?
Yes.
Okay. What car are you two referring to?
To the white Malibu.
The white Malibu. Okay. And based on the times of these messages, we see one that he sends one at 6:51 p.m. Do you see that up there?
Yes, I see it.
And it's hard to see, but just so. Right here, 6:51 p.m. You habitual bitch. We don't see a time for that. But if we go to States Exhibit 4 and look at text detail SMS, if you go to the line, they're not numbered, but you look for 4/13/22 at 18:51.
Yes.
Do you see text message there?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And do you see another one at 6:53 p.m.?
Yes, I do.
And do you see another one at 7 p.m. or it would say
1900. Yes.
Are those in there?
Yes, they are.
Mandy, do you see the father of your two youngest children in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
And do you see the man that assaulted you and would not let you leave his car on April 11th in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Can you point him out?
It's right there.
Can you describe what he's wearing?
He's wearing a white dress shirt and a tan tie.
Okay, Your Honor. May the record reflect she's identified the defendant, please?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Cross-examination?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Marlowe. My name's Billy Kilmeyer. I'm going to be asking you some questions just to follow up on what the prosecutor talked with you about. We've never met before, have we? Do you mind if I call you Mandy? I know that's...
That's fine.
So, to start, you testified today that the series of events started at Corey's parents' house, correct?
They actually started taking Max back to.
On the 11th of April?
Yes, taking Max back to his sister's house was the very beginning of the day, because I stayed at the campground with him that night.
And from Corey's parents' house, you had left with him, correct?
Yes.
And you had left with him willingly, right?
Yes.
And that was because you had believed at the time that you were going to Elise's house.
Yes.
How far away would that have been from Corey's parents' house?
Like less than a couple of miles.
And then you two started arguing with one another about which direction you was
Yes.
going. And how long would you say you were in the car total?
All day. But I mean, from the time, are you talking about from the time we left
I'm
Elise's?
talking about from the time you left Corey's parents'
Probably
house
an hour or two.
until the time you got to Fairport Harbor.
Yes.
You had mentioned earlier on direct examination that when you did end up in Fairport Harbor, you were scared because you didn't know who could give you a ride home, right? Do you mind just answering now?
Yes.
Had you been to Fairport Harbor before?
Not very much, only to eat out and stuff. I don't frequent there.
Do you remember previously giving testimony related to this case? You don't remember ever previously being under oath and talking about this case in the past?
When we met, I've never met you, no, before about this case. Maybe to the police officer.
Did you come to this courthouse on a previous occasion, not with me?
Not with
to
you,
talk about
yes.
this case?
Yes.
And was that testimony under oath?
Yes.
If I showed you that testimony, would you recognize it?
Okay.
Hey, hang on, come on up here. What? Was it working this morning? No, we didn't use it. Was it working this morning? All right, let's go. Kilmar?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Andy, here in court today, did you ever bring up making a stop at a Shell gas station?
At a Shell gas station. Oh, when we were at, we were taking Max back earlier in the day. This is before his parents.
And you bring up Max, this is one of the children you have in common with Chloe, correct?
Yes, it's our son.
And you mentioned taking Max back.
Yes, to his sister Melissa's.
And why were you taking Max back to his sister Melissa's house?
Because Corey had him overnight at the campground.
You don't have custody over Max, right?
No.
And you don't get to have unsupervised visitation with Max, right?
No.
And part of your statement here in court today, you were asked about how many times Corey had struck you in the car.
Yes.
And you were able to put a number to it today, correct?
I'm not sure if that's accurate.
Had you previously ever put a number to it?
No.
And you called 911, right? And can you describe with a little more detail when the police interaction between you and the officer began? Were you walking down the street?
I saw the police officer, and that's how I got out of the car. And I thought that he was here for me, because I did dial 911 several times.
So how did the interaction between you
And the police officer? I talked to the police officer and I told him that I was trying to get out of the car and that I was being attacked and that I needed help.
So you approached him?
Yes, and he asked me if the blood on me was me or was mine or someone else's, and I said, yes, it's mine. And then he got the EMTs.
So before you two spoke, you approached the officer?
Yes.
And then you had the opportunity to speak with the EMT?
Yes.
And at that point, you refused medical treatment?
They cleaned me up, and then we went back. I don't have health insurance, so I didn't want to rack up more bills.
In discussing this event today here in court, you mentioned that you believe Corey must have struck you with his right hand.
Yes.
Is that correct? Have you ever mentioned that before?
No.
So you didn't mention that to the police on
I
April 11th?
didn't know exactly. I don't know. I just know that he did punch me, and he was punching me like this, and he's driving like this. So if I said that, then they just assumed it.
Okay. But you can't say that for sure?
Yes.
Nor can you say for sure how many times he did it?
No. It was way more than once, way more than the amount on your fingers. I know that.
You already answered my question. And in terms of the time that you spent in the car going from Ashtabula to Port Harbor, you made an indication you had attempted to get out of the car.
Yes.
Did you ever tell that to the police?
Yes.
Why?
When we came back to, after the high-speed chase, and he came back and talked to me, and I gave him my information. I told him, yes, I tried to get out of the car.
Did you make a written statement that day?
Yes.
Do you remember writing that statement?
Yes.
Would you recognize it if I showed it to you?
Yes.
I'm just looking over that briefly. Go ahead and let me know when you're finished reading it.
Okay.
Do you make any mention in that statement about attempting to get out of the car and not being able to?
No.
Did you mention that fact when you testified under oath previously?
Yes.
And about how long after April 11th did you have the opportunity to make that testimony?
Till now, I don't know. I'm sorry, I don't understand your question.
That's okay. So you remember the previous time you were in court and you testified, correct?
Okay, when we talked to the jury, is that what you're talking about?
I'm referring to the last time you were here in this building, and it would have been you and the prosecutor talking about this case.
I don't know.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yeah.
Okay, so you mentioned the last time you were speaking in front of the jury, right? Just now.
Yes.
Okay.
I was trying to understand what you're talking about, because I've met with her several occasions.
It's coming up. If I turn it off, Judge
Do you remember giving grand jury testimony?
Yes.
Okay. So that's what I'm referring to when I'm talking about the last time that you gave testimony under oath. It's that grand jury testimony.
Okay.
And you do remember that, right?
Yes.
And you remember testifying there about trying to get out of the car, right?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was?
I'm sure that you have it marked on your paperwork.
Do you remember when it was? If
In
you
the
don't,
winter
you don't.
time.
I'm sorry?
Winter.
Okay. So winter, would you say late 2022?
I know it was cold outside.
And this happened April 11th, correct?
Yes.
So the date that you were nearest to when this allegedly happened, you didn't say anything about how many times you were struck, right?
I was hit many of times.
That's not my question.
And yes, I did state that. Did I write it down? Obviously right here there's twice that I was I was hit. I was hit several times. I don't know.
You said twice.
Well, it was way more than twice, sir.
I'm asking what you wrote in your statement to the police that day.
Well, I was tired and I was hit. I could hardly keep my eyes open and I wanted to go home. So maybe it's inaccurate.
One of them has to be inaccurate, right?
Yeah, the one probably where I couldn't keep my eyes open.
And on that date when you made that written statement, you didn't say anything about trying to get out of the car, right?
Yes, I did.
It's not in that written statement, is it?
I did tell the police officer that.
And that was done that day, right?
Yes.
And your written version of what happened does not include you tried to get out of the car and were not allowed, right?
Well, I did try.
But you didn't write that in your report from that same day.
Would you like me to add to it?
That's not what I'm asking.
Okay.
Objection, Your Honor.
Listen, Ms. Marlowe, he's going to ask the questions. You got to answer his questions, okay? You don't get the chance to ask him questions back. So go ahead with a question.
Just in terms of the timeline from April 11th leading to today. That was the first statement you made, right?
Yes.
And that was the date of, right?
Yes.
And the first time you brought up anything about not being allowed out of the car was when you testified in front of the grand jury, right?
No.
But you did have the opportunity to write it down there and didn't. Right?
No.
No, that's not correct, or no, you didn't write it down.
Know that I did not write it down and I didn't have the opportunity to.
I have 1 moment, Your Honor.
Yep.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you, ma'am.
Any redirect?
Thank you, Your Honor. Andy, you did testify at grand jury, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that was on Friday, December 16th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Winter.
And during that testimony, you did tell the grand jury about what happened in that car in more detail, correct?
Yes.
During the grand jury testimony, had you just been assaulted?
Well, yes.
When you came to grand jury, had you just been assaulted
No,
that day?
no, I was not assaulted that day.
Was your eye swollen?
No.
Okay.
I felt good. I hadn't been around.
Did you have blood dripping down your face?
No.
On the day of the grand jury, did I ask you questions?
Yes, you did.
Okay. On the day of the grand jury, did grand jurors have the opportunity to ask you questions?
Yes, they did.
Okay. And on the day of grand jury, did you answer those truthfully?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Any recross?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'll give you about a 15-minute break. Remember not to discuss the case among yourselves or with anybody else. Don't try to find out any information from any other source, and do not come to any conclusion until the case has been submitted to you. We'll see you in 15 minutes. Anything else to put on the record?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Anything? Any questions? Okay, then I'm gonna make a phone call.
job at the University Hospitals in Geneva. I then got a full-time position at the Lake County Sheriff's Office as a road deputy. I then moved into the corrections department there, went back to the hospitals for a short time, and then got hired in a North Perry Police Department. Started a part-time job at Fairport Harbor Police. When a full-time job became available, I switched over from full-time at North Perry to Fairport Harbor.
Okay. And you have continuing education annually, correct? Keep up your certification. All right. So, were you working on April 11th of 2022?
I was.
Okay. And what shift would that have been?
It would have been second shift at 1500 to 2300.
Okay. So would that be 3 to 11?
Correct.
PM? Okay. And how many officers normally on the shift? Or were at that time?
I would say supposed to be 2. Were just me.
So Fairport Harbor is in Lake County, Ohio, correct?
Correct.
All right. So at some point that day during your shift, did you encounter Mandy Marlowe?
I did.
Okay. And around what time did you encounter her?
I was dispatched at 17:59.
5:59 p.m.
5:59 p.m. Would you like me to refer to it in?
Maybe both.
Okay.
Just for some people who can't do the math. And what was the nature of the call?
I was dispatched for a 911 hang-up. A female was heard on the phone saying, "Help me, help me." And the line disconnected. There was no answer on callback.
Okay. And based on the records held by Fairport Harbor and Central, were you able to tell the phone number that came in from?
Yes, dispatch was able to do what they call a fast person search, and they were able to find the number was registered to Amanda Marlowe.
Okay, and what number was that?
That was the 440-805-9538.
And where were you dispatched to? Like specifically, what location were you told to go to?
I was dispatched to the area of High Street and 6th Street.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yep.
So first, I'm going to hand you Exhibit 1A. The area that you just mentioned, is that in that photograph?
Yes.
Okay, and what is that photograph?
It is an aerial photograph of Fairport Harbor. It appears to be from 3rd Street to 6th Street.
Okay. And true and accurate?
Yes.
May I publish State's Exhibit 1A?
Any objection to 1A?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead.
So I'm going to hand you this pointer. So if you can, show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where you were dispatched to.
This will be fun.
You have to hold down that center.
All right, there we go. So this is the area I was dispatched to, right where the red arrow is. That'd be High Street right here and 6th Street.
So what happened when you arrived?
I checked the area. All I located was a female walking a dog. That was it. I approached her, asked her if her name, she seen anything. She stated no, she did not.
Okay. And then what?
I then advised Central that I'd be proceeding down 6th Street and checking that area. So I proceeded down 6th Street heading eastbound, crossed over Eagle Street right here, and then I located Miss Marlowe on the corner, would be right here, of 6th Street and Plum Street, 607 Plum Street. It's the Hungarian Reformed Church.
Okay. So where was she standing?
She was on the sidewalk, south side of the roadway on the sidewalk, walking eastbound.
All right. And what happened when you approached her?
I observed her face to be covered in blood, and she had blood on her shirt. I'd let my dispatch know that I was out with who I believe the victim of the call was. Talking to her, I learned that she was assaulted by then learning her ex-boyfriend at the time, Corey Hennigan.
And did she tell you that?
She did.
And what was her appearance? What was her demeanor at the time?
She was very, I don't know if erratic would be the best word, but she was highly distraught, just not how she was today. She was not, she was crying, she was disheveled.
So she told you it was Corey Hennigan.
Correct.
And did she mention any sort of vehicle at that time?
Yes, she stated that he was in what she said was a white Ford Malibu. I knew Malibu to be, or she's a white Ford Malibu station wagon. I knew that to be a Chevy Malibu Max, knowing that Chevrolet makes the Malibu.
Okay. So, did you take photographs of Mandy?
I did. I requested the fire department to arrive due to her facial injuries.
And the photographs that we saw here today, 2A and 2B, did you take those?
Yes, I did.
And at some point, did you see that vehicle that day?
Yes.
Okay. And what drew your attention to that vehicle?
Miss Marlowe, she stated as I was talking to her, we were on, once again, in the intersection. So we're in the intersection right here on the sidewalk. As we were talking, she stated, because she was facing northbound, she had just watched Mr. Hennigan drive across the intersection right there. The terrain, or the area is a level, straight, or flat grade. It's a straight shot. You can see all the way down.
So is that the intersection of Plum and Fifth?
Correct. That'd be the intersection on Plum and Fifth.
Okay. And when she said that, did she make any movements with her body to indicate it to you?
Yes, she pointed and said, there he goes. It's right there.
And you just pointed your finger and moved it?
Correct.
Did she do that as
Yes,
well?
she did.
Okay. So what did you do after she pointed out that vehicle?
I just verified that she just saw the vehicle. She said that she did. As I was getting ready to leave, she said that the vehicle was not registered to him and come back to a different person because he doesn't have a license.
Well, so she initially identified the vehicle to you.
Correct.
Did you immediately get in the car and head off to follow that vehicle?
Yes, I went back to my patrol unit.
Okay. All right. When you did that, did you activate any items on your patrol vehicle?
Yes.
And what did you do?
I activated my overhead lights.
Okay. And so after you did that, did you encounter him?
Yes, as I was coming up to the intersection of 6th Street, this is East Street and 6th Street, I observed the vehicle as I looked to my left, which is northbound. I observed the vehicle traveling southbound on East Street as a white Chevy Malibu Max.
Okay, so you traveled, is it east on 6th?
Yes, I traveled eastbound on 6th.
Okay, you traveled eastbound on 6th because he was seen traveling eastbound on 5th.
Correct.
Right? So as you get to the intersection of 6th, you then see him driving southbound on east.
Correct.
Okay, all right. What happens then?
I advise Central that I'll be out of that vehicle. I go sweep around the intersection. The intersection's a four-way, so I have enough room to bring my vehicle around, believing the vehicle is going to continue south and stop for me as I had my lights on. As I went around the intersection, the suspect's vehicle continued to turn with me. We were locked like this, and then he proceeded eastbound onto Fairport Nursery Road.
Okay. So you used your hands to, were you?
So this would be my right hand to me, driver's side of the vehicle where my thumb is, and his vehicle would be my left hand, pinky side where his was. So he's coming this way, and as we went, we were locked like this.
Okay, so
Like
kind of
two-
going in
correct,
circle
in a circle.
in the intersection.
Yes.
When you did that, were both drivers' sides of the vehicle facing
They would be.
Okay. So approximately how far were you from him?
About the distance between you and I.
Okay. For the record,
I'd say 15 to 20 feet.
and what did you notice about the driver? What did you notice anything about the vehicle?
The driver's side window was down, and I observed the male to be a white male wearing an orangish red t-shirt.
Did you take note of the plate at all during this incident?
When I got behind the vehicle, once he proceeded eastbound on Fairport Nursery Road, I was able to get the plate.
And what was that?
The plate was John King Frank 3860.
Okay, so JKF 3860. Okay. All right, so do you see the individual that was driving that car in the courtroom today?
I do.
And can you point him out and describe what he's wearing?
He's sitting over there wearing a white shirt and a tie.
Your Honor, may the record reflect he has identified the defendant?
Yes.
All right, so at this point, the defendant drives down Fairport Nursery. What happens next?
Prior for him going down to Fairport Nursery, I activated my audible siren as we were going around. From that point on, he crosses over the double yellow line, which is still in the jurisdiction of Fairport Harbor, and then proceeds at a high rate of speed eastbound on Fairport Nursery. I pursued.
And when you say at a high rate of speed, what are we talking about?
The speed limit on Fairport Nursery Road is 55 miles an hour. We reach speeds exceeding 90 plus. I personally believe he hit over 100 miles an hour on Fairport Nursery Road.
Okay. All right. And then where do you go from there?
From there, we stayed on Fairport Nursery. We passed Hardy Road, which is in the Painesville Township area, came up to the stop sign at Mantle Road. He failed to come to a stop at the stop sign there, went through the intersection, which is...
Why don't I stop you?
No
You have
problem.
another map.
Deal.
Handing you State's Exhibit 1B. The area that you're about to testify about, is that on that map?
It is.
Is that true and accurate?
Yes.
Your Honor, may we publish State's Exhibit 1B?
Any objection to that?
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, go ahead.
Are we able to zoom and make this one bigger? Or no? Okay.
You can get permission for him to get down and
Yeah.
get closer to the map.
Oh, I would say...
You want the silver pointer? Do we have that? It'll be easier.
Right, counsel, silver point.
Do you want me to use that or the arrow?
I can use the arrow. I was just saying I can make this, if I could bring the screen up bigger, just kind of, since we're so far away.
You can manipulate this?
I will do my best.
Yes.
See how tech savvy I am.
We might want to do whatever you need to do.
That's that one.
Is it not working?
Yeah, I think it's too far away. Okay, we'll just go that way. If you just want to make it
Go
full
back.
screen again, yeah.
You have it set on at hand for the mouse.
She has it.
There you go. Now you can go to the plus sign up there, counsel, to the center of the screen.
Right here?
One more time, hit the plus sign. You can should be able to make it bigger. 32%. There you go.
All right. How's that?
That works.
Okay. I'll move it.
All right, perfect. That works.
Okay.
So, you ready? So, we followed Fairport Nursery Road. Then right here, this is where Hardy Road is. We came out past Hardy. He did not turn left onto Hardy and travel northbound. We continued, which would be southeast. This right here is an intersection. It's Mantle Road and Fairport Nursery Road. The cross traffic coming from the north does not have a stop sign. It's a very extremely steep hill. Both other ways, north and south, have stop signs. He proceeded through that high rate of speed, not stopping at the stop sign, and continued to travel southeast. I proceeded to follow. We came to the intersection then of Route 20 Northridge Road and Fairport Nursery. He then proceeded eastbound on Northridge Road. Traffic began to become from light to moderate at this point in time. I gave more distance. Traveled through the intersection of...
You said, pause you there, you said you gave more, traffic became light to moderate, so you gave more distance. What does that mean?
The distancing between myself and him, I increased just to create a buffer zone in the hopes of him to slow down himself. Because there was more traffic. Okay. We continue through here, eastbound on Northridge, and then at the intersection of Hale Road and Northridge, he continued straight through there, heading eastbound. We came up to what we refer to as the 2 and 20 split. It's where Route 2 dead ends into Route 20. At this point, traffic became increasingly more, with a lot more traffic flow. I backed off by about a quarter mile, if not more. He was way ahead of me. He then came to the intersection of Narrows, passed through Narrows, and then came to the intersection of Lane Road. Prior to Lane Road, he turned through the parking lot of IGA, where there's a Dairy Queen. There is a BMV right there, cut through the parking lot. When he cut through the parking lot, he slowed down because the traffic was backed up at Lane and 20. I followed him through the traffic, or through the through the parking lot, and then he proceeded south onto Lane Road. Continued down Lane Road, stop sign at Narrows and Lane. He went through the intersection there of a four-way stop, failing to yield for the stop sign. Continued to follow him all the way down.
What's his speed?
Speed down Lane Road exceeded 90 miles an hour, 80, 90 miles an hour. Continued down Lane Road. Came to the intersection of 84, State Route 84, which is South Ridge Road. Continued, went left around traffic that was at the intersection. There was also additional oncoming traffic that was coming up there. Went around the traffic, proceeded down the new Vrooman Road Bridge. Probably need to slide the map down a little bit. We can probably slide it down, move to the east. Yeah, it should be good right there. So continue down here. Still, at this part in time, he slowed down probably from the 80 to 90 miles an hour to 50 to 60, going around the turns here. Then he continued. At this point right here, he almost collided head-on with a van that was traveling northbound on Vrooman Road. And then he proceeded eastbound on the freeway. While on the freeway, he hit over 100 miles an hour, began pulling away from me. Visibility became less and less as there was water spray kick up from the roadway. We continued to travel eastbound on the freeway, passing the Madison exit, on the Madison exit and on-ramp. At the Madison exit and on-ramp, a Madison Village police officer, Sergeant Kudnick, had joined to assist since I was the only vehicle in pursuit. And at the Geneva exit, there was 5 white cars that were in front of me. 2 remained on the freeway. 3 got off the freeway. I continued on the freeway. The 3 that got off, as I passed the exit, I looked over and observed the Chevy Malibu Max turn right, which would be southbound onto, I believe that would be 534 in Geneva.
You said in Geneva?
Correct.
Okay. So just real quick, handing you State's Exhibit 1C. Does that map cover all of the entire route?
Yes.
Okay, does it have Fairport Harbor
Yes.
and 90 and the exit 534?
Yes.
We need to publish that. Is that true and accurate?
It is.
All right, so this route that you just testified about, does your car have dash cam video?
It does.
Okay. And so it records, was it in working order on that date?
It was.
Okay. And did it record the chase involving the defendant?
It did.
Your Honor, I'd ask to admit and publish State's Exhibit 7.
Any objection?
No objections.
It's admitted.
Thank you. How do you know that you've seen this before?
We reviewed this on the 13th.
Okay. Are there any markings on this that indicate to you that this is the exact same video with you?
Yes. I have my initials and the date in the bottom right-hand corner.
Play the first file. What do we see here?
This is the intersection of 6th Street and Plum Street. As you see, the fire department ambulance is over there on the south side of the street. That's where they had Miss Marlowe. We are all outside. You can't see, but it would be off screen. The firefighters, myself, patrolling the cloud from Painesville are all off to the right-hand side of the fire department ambulance.
And what view, the street that we're looking at right now, what street is this, right directly in front of us?
My vehicle is on, you talking about the cross street or straight ahead?
Straight ahead.
Straight ahead, that is 6th Street. That is eastbound on 6th Street.
Okay. All right. And is that you?
That would be me.
And what do we see in the
There's
right hand?
Amanda getting into the back of the ambulance with the firefighter.
I'll be out of that vehicle. I think that.
Right there. What just happened? So we're paused at 1:12.
So prior to going through the intersection, I advised dispatch I'll be out with that vehicle, as I said before. Then as he continued through the intersection, I pulled out before he did, and that's when we went in that turn pattern.
Okay, so that's why we saw you turning around in a circle.
Correct.
Okay.
At this point in time, I believe I was hitting about 70 to 80 at this stretch, and then he was pulling away from me. This is where I believe he hit 100 miles an hour for the first time.
This is at 151. Here the speed limit is 35.
Correct. Speed limit goes down from 55 to 35, so you come around that first bend.
So in this stretch of road, can you approximate a speed?
55 to 60.
Did he go through that stop sign?
Yes.
What just happened there at 4:01?
He went left of center, passing the mail truck on the left-hand side.
And that vehicle on the other side of the road, so the left-hand side, is it having to move off the road?
Yes, it does.
So it's at the end of the first clip?
Correct.
Okay. So moving on to the second clip. What is the speed limit on this road?
It's 40 miles an hour.
And what road are we on?
We are on North Ridge Road, right prior to the 2 and 20 split.
And he's quite a ways in front of me?
Correct. At this point in time, that one vehicle that was in front of me, he'd gone around it and he got away from me.
We're
He turned into the IGA parking lot, proceeded through the parking lot southbound.
Is that on the right side of the street?
Yeah, that would be his vehicle, right to the telephone pole. It's right almost off. Yeah, right.
Here?
Yes, I got that.
Okay.
Little red
There it
one.
is.
Yeah, right there. Be his vehicle.
So right here, what do we have?
That's a four-way intersection.
Okay. Are there any lights or stop signs?
There are stop signs on all sides of the traffic and flashing red lights.
And did he stop at this stop sign?
No.
And what road is this?
This would be Lane Road at the intersection of Narrows Road. Narrows is the crossroad.
What just happened 3 minutes and 20 seconds in?
He went around the vehicle, traveling southbound, went off to the left around the vehicle.
All right, I'm pausing us at 3:46. What are we going to see here?
We are coming up to the intersection of Lane Road and State Route 84, South Ridge Road. At the intersection, there's a vehicle stopped. He's going to go left around the vehicle, and then there is another vehicle coming northbound, and he nearly misses the vehicle nearly.
And where are we here?
We are on Vrooman Road southbound.
And the speed limit is?
I believe 35 miles an hour.
And how fast did you approximate him going around this area?
Over 50 miles an hour. So we're coming up to the intersect or the on-ramp of Route 90 eastbound. There's a vehicle coming northbound. He's braking, and there's a near collision with the oncoming vehicle.
What else can we see
The
right around this area of this video?
The driver's side window is still in the down position. And we make that turn. 10-second rewind it down. Try sliding it back on the bottom track, see what happens. It was still down than it was. Pulling away from me, I believe I was doing around 90 miles an hour at this point in time. His vehicle is passing on the right-hand shoulder, right there.
And what's this car doing?
This car is getting into the right-hand lane due to me having my overhead emergency lights on the siren.
And he's still in the right shoulder.
Correct. And there's so 3 cars. That would be a pickup truck that was towing multiple campers on a trailer, goes to the, using the shoulder again, passes it on the right-hand side. No.
All right, but could you see him with your own eyes when you were driving?
Yes. That would be the 534 exit.
And what county is this?
It should be left. Vehicle that was in front of me that I believed was his vehicle, that he was off the freeway at that point in time.
So you saw the Chevy Malibu?
Correct.
At
Soon,
the
yeah.
exit.
As soon as I got parallel with the exit, I saw him proceed southbound on the exit. That's when I shut off my lights and my siren.
So this is the end of the pursuit.
I terminated the pursuit right here.
Okay. So, close out with this. Approximately how long, time-wise, was this pursuit?
I believe it was a 16-minute pursuit.
Okay. And the total miles driven was approximately what?
21 miles, I believe.
So, after terminated her suit, where did you go?
I returned back to the village to speak with Miss Marlowe.
Okay. So approximately what time would this have been that you terminated, based on when you responded to Mandy, the length of the pursuit, how much time you spent with Mandy?
I believe it would be around 18, 20 hours, 6:20 p.m.
So when you got back to post and you met with Mandy, what happened?
I asked her if I could take more pictures of her because the swelling on her eye and cheek had become more prevalent and more noticeable. She's also cleaned up, so it was easier to see. I asked her if she was willing to give a voluntary written statement, which she stated she would.
Okay. And what was her demeanor at that time?
She was a lot more relaxed than when she was before. She was still obviously recently shaken up for the ordeal that had happened.
So did she give you some more details than she did
Yes.
during that initial interaction?
Yes, she did.
Okay. In light of the fact that the defendant got away, did you ask her for any specific locations where he could maybe be found?
Yes, I did. I asked if she had an address for him, to which she gave me. Oh, you want me to say the address now? Is it the next question you're asking?
Well, I guess, was there a location?
Yes.
A campsite?
Yes, it was a campsite.
And what did she tell you?
She told me it was at, I believe it was Andover Lake Campground, campsite number 12.
Okay. And what did you do based on receiving that information?
I advised my dispatch. I contacted my dispatch via telephone, asked them to contact the Ashtabula County Sheriff's Office or Andover Police. I was unsure which one it would be, just not knowing, being familiar with the area and whose jurisdiction it would be. Asked them if they could have the deputy or an officer sent over there to check for the whereabouts of Mr. Hennigan.
Okay. And was the white vehicle there?
No, they said the white vehicle was not there initially, and there was a black pickup truck. And Miss Marlowe stated that her Jeep may have been there as well, green Jeep.
Was the Jeep there?
They said the green Jeep was there and the black truck was there.
The black what?
Black pickup truck.
So at the station that evening, did you have the opportunity to see any photographs of Corey Hennigan?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And is that from running his OLED?
Yes, we have. We didn't have leads at the time. We had what's called the Ohio Law Enforcement Gateway. It's OLEG's a shorthand for it. It shows all BMV records, all court documents, all kind of criminal computerized history.
Okay. And does it have your BMV photographs?
It has all your BMV photographs from, I believe, the mid-90s forward.
Okay. So were there any BMV photographs visible to you for the defendant?
Yes, there was.
Okay. And did you look at them?
Yes.
And what conclusions did you make on that at that time?
The male that I had seen in the vehicle was the same male in the photograph on the OLEG BMV picture.
And is that the same male that you see sitting here today?
With a little bit different haircut and more beard, but yes.
Same face?
Same face.
All right. The defendant was apprehended, correct, at one point?
Yes.
And that was...
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yeah.
Mrs. Zeri?
Thank you. So during the investigation, you did obtain the defendant's phone number, correct?
Correct.
And confirm that with Mandy.
Correct.
And did you take part in obtaining a search warrant for those records?
I did.
And as the result of that search warrant, did we obtain State's Exhibit 4?
Yes.
Is that accurate?
Yes, that is accurate.
Okay. And then, did you request Gmail accounts from Mandy as well?
I did.
I should be specific. Did you request the defendant's Gmail accounts from Mandy as well?
Yes.
And did she give those to you?
She did. She provided me with them.
And did we get search warrants for those?
We did.
And handing you State's Exhibits 5 and 6. Is that what we received in response to those search warrants?
Yes.
And if you go into Exhibit 6 and look behind the tab for Google Photos, there are 3 photographs that contain a white vehicle. Do you recognize that white vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Why do you recognize it?
This is a vehicle that I was pursuing on the 11th
Of April?
of April 2022.
Okay.
All the way down to the missing wheel cover on the left rear wheel.
And if you go real quick to the page right before those photographs, to the left-hand side, you'll see a couple names of files highlighted.
Mhm.
Okay? What are the dates of each of those files?
The files are code dated with the time. It says 2022-0409. It would say 1932-19 is one. There's 2 others, 2022-0409, 1932-40, and 2022-0409, 1933-15.
So the dates of those photographs are what date?
I believe that would be April 9th, 2022, and the time would be around 7:32 p.m.
So all 3 are April 9th?
Yes.
Correct? Okay, and the date of this incident was April 11th?
Correct.
Okay. You have 1 moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
All right, cross-examination?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, officer.
Good afternoon.
So I want to start off by covering some things that happened in your initial interaction with Mandy. You mentioned in your report that she continued to look away from me until I was able to get close enough to see her face, right?
That's correct.
So was your impression of her was that she was intentionally avoiding eye contact?
She was walking away from me, yes.
Okay. So she didn't approach you?
Not until I stopped my vehicle and got on my vehicle.
You had the opportunity later, after the pursuit, to speak with her again, right?
Yes,
And you two sat down and had a conversation about what happened.
that'd be correct.
And you stated on direct that she had since calmed down since the first time you saw her, right?
Yes.
So would you say that she, in that moment, had the opportunity to tell you all the details about what happened?
For the most part, yes. I said she calmed down, but it doesn't mean she was calm.
Well, she had the opportunity to tell you the details, right?
Potentially, yes.
And you were present in the courtroom during her testimony, correct?
Just now, yes.
And you heard her say that she didn't feel like she had the opportunity to tell that story, right?
That is what she said, yes.
But you did sit down with her, you spoke with her on 2 different occasions, right?
In person, only once.
Well, 2 different occasions that same day. So once on the scene where you initially interacted with her, and then later at where you two actually sat down and talked.
Correct.
And during either of those conversations, she never mentioned anything to you about trying to get out of the car and not being able to?
Not directly, no.
And she didn't write that in her statement, did she?
That is correct. She did not.
So, back to when you two were initially interacting with one another in Fairport Park. You stated today on direct that the 2 of you were situated at 6th and Plum. Is that correct?
That would be correct, on the sidewalk.
Okay. And that from that perspective, Mandy had seen the vehicle drive by and was able to point it out to you, right?
Correct.
Do you remember writing in your report that Amanda told you that she had observed the vehicle at 5th and Vine?
I did not recall that in my report, but if I did, that was an error.
Okay. Would you agree that it's important to keep clear and accurate records?
That I would.
And does that importance become even more paramount when there's a length of time between an alleged incident and being here today?
Most definitely, yes.
And over a year of time has passed, right?
Correct.
So, in your report, where it says that the vehicle was observed at 5th and Vine, if that were true, from your perspective, at 6th and Plum, that would have been a diagonal view through a number of houses and buildings, correct?
That would have been correct, yes.
So she wouldn't have been able to see that car drive by.
Not at that point.
So then you had the opportunity to get into your patrol vehicle and start driving east, is that right?
Correct.
You stopped at a stop sign, went through it, got to another intersection. That's when you see this car.
Correct.
You turn to your left, you see the car, and you see what you described here in court today and in your report as a white male operator wearing an orangish red t-shirt.
Correct.
And at this point, you knew the name of who you were looking for, right?
Correct. Corey Hennigan.
And you had a description of the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
At that point, prior to seeing this white man in an orangish red shirt, had you received a physical description of Corey Hennigan?
I have not.
From that point forward, as you're reciting the events that ensued, you refer to the person driving as the operator, right?
I do not recall.
At that point, you hadn't confirmed the identity of the driver, right?
Only from Mrs. Marlowe's statement.
So you don't know Corey Hennigan from Adam at this point, right?
At that point, correct.
So you see a white guy in an orangish red shirt, and that's the vehicle you pursue.
due to it being a Chevy Malibu Max like she described, and it being not a common vehicle, yes.
But at that point, the identity of the driver had not been.
He's acknowledged that the identity of the driver had not been done yet. So let's move on from that.
But you did have the opportunity later to look Mr. Hennigan up in Oleg.
That is correct.
How long after the fact was that?
I would have returned to the station afterwards, spoken with Ms. Marlowe. After speaking with Ms. Marlowe, obtaining her statement, probably before 7, around 7.
And you found that he matched the description of white guy?
He looked identical to the male I had seen in that vehicle at that point in time.
Well, let's talk about that. So your interaction when you're doing this circle maneuver, you and this other vehicle, how long would you say that went on?
For as long as you saw it in the video, we were just locked in a turn at the same point. So
would it be fair to say it was about 10 seconds?
Probably less.
And that less than 10-second period of time accounts for a portion of a 16-minute long pursuit, right?
That'd be correct.
And during that pursuit, other than that, during that less than 10-second period of time, you're behind the car, right? It's raining out. Now, we saw your windshield wipers on. Was it actively raining, or was that all spray from cars in front of you?
It was actively raining.
And this is early in the evening, right?
Around 6 o'clock, yes.
So your best view of the driver throughout that entire 16-minute pursuit, really your only view of the driver, would have been during that 10 seconds or less.
Yes, from less than 20 feet away.
You had never interacted with Corey before, right?
That'd be correct.
You had never seen Corey before, right?
That'd be correct.
Did you look up to see if Corey had any cars registered to his name?
I did.
When?
When I did the Oleg search, you can look up and see if there's vehicles.
So this was after the pursuit?
Correct. As I stated before, we did not have leads in our car at that point in time.
Did that registration search return for a white Chevy Malibu Max, Corey Hennigan's name?
No, it did not. As Ms. Marlowe stated, it came back to a different owner.
In your experience as a police officer, it's pretty extensive at this point. You receive a lot of training?
Yes.
You received a lot of training when you first became an officer?
Yes.
And how often do you get trained in the game?
We do continued training, professional training throughout the year. I have all up to date on my 2022. I am beginning on my 2023. I have additional training courses I'm going to this year. I have 2 courses registered for.
Have any of those trainings revolved around eyewitness testimony?
No.
In your experience as an officer, do you have any understanding about the reliability of eyewitness testimony?
Significant. I understand how it works with not only witnesses, victims, and also suspects.
Do you mind elaborating on that?
Everybody lies to us. Nobody tells the truth. Generally, we usually find it somewhere in the middle.
So would you define eyewitness testimony as being unreliable?
I wouldn't say use the word unreliable.
What word would you use? Would inconsistent be a fair description?
It'd be more fair. I would say that it depends on the situation.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
Just to
more questions, officer. After you made the observation about the white man in the orangish red shirt, you had the second opportunity to speak with Mandy after the pursuit had been terminated. Did you ever ask her if Corey was wearing an orangish red shirt that day?
I did not.
Did she ever describe Corey as wearing an orangish red shirt that day?
She did not.
Did you search the license plate of the Chevy Malibu Max?
I did. On a lake.
And who did that come back as being registered?
I forgot his first name, but his last name is Stahl. S-T-A-H-L.
So not Corey.
Correct.
As expected.
Yes.
No further questions. Thank
Any
you.
redirect?
May I have one moment, Your Honor? Officer, the photographs of the Chevy Malibu Max that we see there in the Google records, in the defendant's Google records, is that the car that you saw on April 11th?
Yes.
Okay. Any doubt in your mind?
No doubt in my mind. If we pull up the video when he is turning on to 90 East, you get a side profile, the same side as the vehicle there. I wish my camera was better. You can see the license plate on the vehicle when I'm behind it.
Okay. And so the license plate that you see in those photos is the same as the license plate that was in front of you.
Yes.
And you put that license plate in your report, correct?
Correct, I did.
Okay. And that was JKF 3860?
That is correct. Same as on the license plate and here in this picture.
And the person that sits here today, the defendant, any doubt in your mind that that's the individual that was driving in front of you on April 11th?
No doubt.
Okay. No further questions.
Any recross?
No recross. Thank you. Thank you,
All right,
officer.
you may step down. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be all that we do today. We'll come back tomorrow, be ready to go, please, at 8:25. Remember not to discuss the case among yourselves or with anybody else. Don't try to find out any information from any other source, and do not come to any conclusion until the case has been submitted to you. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
All right, so the jury, here's my green notebook back here, and then back in your room, and I'll talk to you.
All right, have a seat. Is there anything else to put on the record?
Nothing, Your Honor.
So you've got anything?
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
You've got one witness left?
We do.
All right, and you guys know what you are doing at this point?
We're going to be having further discussions about how to approach the case going forward once the prosecution rests.
All right, and you've got one witness listed, that's Furman?
That's
Yes.
correct, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, is that with regard to the alibi?
No, Your Honor, and that's the further discussions we have to have are about the substance of Ms. Furman's, what we expect Ms. Furman's testimony would be, and the relevancy of it given the testimony of Ms. Marlowe today.
All right, so you're going to get the updated jury instructions, what?
And Judge, just for clarity, the alibi has been withdrawn. We would make a request to withdraw the alibi section from the jury instructions as well.
All right. You're going to get a copy of the updated jury instructions, so look them over. And then you guys be here at 8 o'clock to discuss the instructions. All right? Okay, that's it.
These are the updated jury instructions. Danny had a couple of little things, but
nothing major, and I did take the alibi.
Perfect, thank you.
I made the changes that you
Okay.
said, other than the one where you said, should these be reversed? I agree with you, but that's how OJ I have them.
Oh, okay.
So, and I did take the alibi out, so.
Instructions.
They made the best guess they could. We'll try and get you some smaller packets, okay? You at 32, 32? Okay, I'll see what we've got. Pants are at 38. Anything smaller than a 38? Okay. I'll see what we've got, or if we've got a belt.
We have
Does anybody need to
I'll
present
bring you a
anything
fresh tire
here
tomorrow.
on the sidebar that I put in here?
Date last jurors.
So we don't, none of that was,
The last one I got, I give you a note, but then I picked it up. You were fading in and out, and you were right in the mic, so I don't know what the heck that was.
What was the first one about?
It was about how I was using the grand jury testimony to.
Oh.
And I didn't end up using it, so that was.
Well, I don't have any idea what it was, so I'm asking, do we need help trying to do
it's
that?
fine, it's fine.
I was just going to violently tug. Okay.
I'm gonna leave these here.
Actually, over here.
Oh, yes, that'd be
And then
great.
hang tight, because we're gonna have a conversation with you real quick once the state leaves about tomorrow. You need to use the bathroom?
No.
Are you okay if we stay and talk with them for a couple minutes after they go? Okay, cool. So just talk about the rest of the trial and just tomorrow. We'll go from here, okay?
Yeah, you're hanging on these.
Are those the fresh ones?
That's what locals sort of do.
We're gonna stay.
Yeah, can we have them for a few minutes? Thank you. And can we make sure that the YouTube and the court TV are not on?
Yeah, turn all that.
Thank you.
Streams live on YouTube.